There we go.
Raven says the pettiness is strong with this one.
So you see, this transition is gone in the American release. It just cuts, and it cuts the end of the music, and it makes me so angry.
Yes, like straight away. I wonder if they just didn't have the time to figure it out, or they couldn't figure it out.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they should not have changed the title. Also, do you see the purple flames in the background?
Yes.
They are gone in the US version as well, and it is too bad because see how they turn blue? In the Japanese release, when you enter a cheat code, like one of those you unlock after finishing the game, the flames turn blue to indicate that you performed the code correctly. And since they're gone in the US release for an unknown reason, you cannot check if you entered the code correctly until you start the game. So that's a big loss for me, but yeah. Otherwise, we'll be now switching over to the actual version we'll be playing, which will be the US release. Oops. Wrong button. There we go.
Mistakenly titled Clock Tower 2: The Struggle Within.
And because DuckStation is DuckStation. Oh yeah, GA says, I love Waddle's passion for the preservation of this game. Yeah, I think I am the server's biggest Ghost Head enthusiast. I can talk about this game all day.
I love it.
It's not a good game, but it's very, very, very charming. Once you get past its flaws, because you are not going to enjoy your first playthrough of it if you play it without a guide. And even without a guide, yeah, it's kind of complicated. But
it's
yeah.
One of the few games I dropped because it got at one point, it was too weird. I was like, no, I cannot handle this anymore. I'm done.
Yeah,
I kind of dead for it.
It has catastrophic design decisions, but there's some stuff still fun to be had with the game.
The noise you made while describing it, you were like that's perfect. That's a perfect description of this game.
Yeah.
It is a good game. It just has problems.
Yeah, it's a flawed little gem. And the version is loaded. We're going to skip the intro this time. Boom, Clock Tower 2, The Struggle Within. And we're going to start a new game. For info, I'll be having the the event cut option on, because the cutscenes will be left as they are, but believe me, after a while you will be sick of seeing me opening doors over and over again, so it's a very useful option. Also, this game actually advertised its vibration feature quite a bit. And it's quite nice, because you can play the game with a mouse, it is mouse compatible, but the rumble feature actually mimics like a heartbeat during panic events, and spooky and just will vibrate during virus events, and so it's quite nice for immersion. And we're going to start.
Yeah, I think it's the first Clock Tower game to like do Rumble, right? Like they advertised it like it was some kind of like it was like the
feature.
like.
夜には着くそうだ。さっき電話があったよ。
あなた大丈夫なの？簡単に引き受けたりして。
子供たちには事件のことは内緒にしてある。大丈夫さ。もうすぐ秋代も帰ってくる。そんな不安そうな顔を見せるな。秋代かな？
私が見てきます。
御堂島。やはり斎藤家の呪いが。
Yellow Cursed Doll.
こんにちは。東京のゆうです。やだ、今の音。
Okay, so two things you might already notice from Clock Tower 2 last week. One, the models actually are quite less detailed than the Clock Tower 2, but the animations are way smoother, because if I remember correctly, Clock Tower Ghost Head runs at 60 frames per second, while Clock Tower 2 runs at only 30. So of course animations are smoother, but details were lost because I think they really had no money left when making the game. Also, unlike Clock Tower 2, most lines in the game are actually voice acted. And you, our main protagonist, is voiced by the person who voiced her also voiced Sailor Moon in some episodes of the original series. That's your trivia for the night. And let's start exploring by the only, well, one of the two only doors the game lets us explore.
Yeah, so one of the first thing I noticed when I played through this game for the first time is how much smoother in animations it is compared to Clock Tower 2.
Oh no. It's a spooky spinach colored leg.
足だけ。何かしら。
With strange
The
yellow
only thing I
liquid.
can say about this game is the music is fucking good. Like,
Oh yeah, the
it is.
music is great in Ghost's Head. It's made by oh god, I forgot its their name. Wait, it's they also worked for the sound effects in Clock Tower 2.
Koji Nikura and Kaori Takazoe.
Yes, that's it. Kaori Takazoe. It's they made the music for Ghost's Head, and Koji Nikura is actually listed in the Japanese version's credits as the voice director.
Oh,
He was removed from the US version's credits.
weird.
The US voices, well, like they use a different cast. I think Oski handled it on their end. And actually, nobody is listed for voice direction in the US version, which, from my headcanon, might explain why some of the voice acting is like it is. No voice direction whatsoever.
True. I mean, all we know about the voice acting for the US release was that it was done at Webtone Studios, which have changed locations in the US over time. So it seems like, I don't know if Human had a proper division at the time.
Yeah, which is interesting because, like, by themselves, the voices themselves are not bad in the US version, but the acting itself is, well, it depends on the character. Some are very good, like Bates, which is the best part about the US version. And then you have characters like Alex Corey, which is just the detective Alex Corey, which is just bad. I'm sorry, I don't like his voice acting in the US version. And so, yes, hint 1, which shows the biggest mechanic of the game. If you're playing it blind, trial and error. Some events will only trigger when you're playing when you're controlling certain characters, and if you control the wrong character at the wrong time, you die.
I wonder who's doing all that laughing.
It certainly is a creepy laugh. Maybe we'll see them and maybe we'll not see them. Okay, we can now enter this door. So let's explore. Interesting. A fireplace. Some decorations and...
Just to read the chat real quick. Why would you touch it, says Anemone.
Why not?
Raven
It's an
says, you don't
adventure
touch that. The bloodborne pathogen training taught me that. In a way, I wish we could have gotten more Ghost Head content just to get more American Bates voice line. Little girls murdering people left and right. This game and Clock Tower are alike in that they both jump right into the action versus Clock Tower 2, which has us work through the prologue first.
Yeah, it's true that Ghost Head starts off much faster than 2 does. Oh no! It's moving!
何よ。何なのよ。
Well, it's wriggling.
なんで腕だけなのに。
Yeah, maybe we should not stay in the house that has dismembered body parts all over and a wriggling disembodied arm in the dining room. Let's go elsewhere.
I would have just 180'd and said, well, okay, I've seen enough, time to go. Bye.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Unfortunately, the door doesn't open, mysteriously. Oh yeah, also for those who have already played the game, I will not be using the magic laser shooting talisman, as fun as it is to use. We'll be sticking to guns in this playthrough. Second floor. Ooh, spooky samurai armor over there. Spooky.
ちょっと不気味ね。
Well, nothing bad is going to happen with that armor. And I can...
Surely not.
No, it's just a spooky decoration. Up, and there we go. Only one door we can interact with. Interestingly, in the demo for this game, that was on I don't remember which disc, you could interact with all of the doors before the game guides you along in the scenario, but they are locked. So I think they just removed the interaction points for it to be less confusing for players. And look, a cameo! We cannot interact with it yet, but we'll be able to later. And also, this girl, which might be from Not a Human Entertainment game, if anyone knows where she's from, tell me, I am interested to know. But what is this?
C.U.T. やめて。
ユウ、そんなに怖がるな。
And there he is.
黄色の血を流す。そんな人間がいるのか。
Your second personality, Sho. You may have already heard his voice before, because his voice actress actually, well, for Kirby fans, she played Tokori, the yellow bird in the anime, but otherwise, she's also the voice of Young Link.
I remember that fact. I forgot about that.
So you can now just boot Smash Bros. Ultimate, pick Young Link, and pretend you're playing as Sho. Even if it's not exactly the same voice range.
Yeah.
Silvery, yes. In the US release, it is also the same Clock Tower 2 poster, which makes it even more confusing.
Yeah, Clock Tower 2 is Clock Tower 2. Oh, the phone is ringing. Hello? No, it stopped ringing. That phone event is very hard to catch because it will ring randomly and it will ring 5 times before stopping. And if you do not get to the phone before it stops ringing, you are not going to get that event. Oh, here it is. The Mikoshi-sama. Or just Mikoshi in this translation. This amulet is the most important item in the game since it will allow us to switch between you and Sho. Not at will, but it helps.
I assume that's for certain events that can be accessed with you and certain events that can be accessed with Sho.
Yeah. Let's go up again. I just want to push that switch that will turn on the lights in that room over there. And let's head over here. Spooky angle. Ooh, who's that trying to hide next to the television? It's Hajime, the uncle. What are you doing, man?
おじさん。
ゆうちゃん、よく無事で。
おじさん、何が起きてるの？
今説明してる暇はないんだ。ゆうちゃんはどっかに隠れてなさい。
Very useful, but okay. Let's go hide. Try to find somewhere to hide.
He looks like he's looking for the remote.
Yeah. Maybe that samurai armor could be a good hiding place.
やだ、気味悪い。
Or maybe it will come to life and try to kill us. So the samurai armor is a very peculiar type of stalker in chapter 1 because it will not follow you room to room, but it is also impervious to damage. You can only stun it by a panic event, but you cannot incapacitate it permanently. Let's look at that poster more closely then. Hello.
ゲームなんかじゃない。
So yeah, technically Jennifer is in the game as a poster, but yeah. And we also have a piano here. Nice. laughter again.
So smooth with the piano, it's as if her fingers weren't touching the keys.
Yeah. So it's interesting that because the song played by the piano, the Fantasy Impromptu, also appears in Clock Tower 3. I do not know if it is a reference to Ghosthead to have chosen this piece specifically, but yeah. What is this? A strange statue on the bed.
この像何これまるでついてるみたいそんなこの力
Spooky statue.
Waddle, some people may have the question
そんな
of
ことあるの
is this statue the same statue from Clock Tower 1 and Clock Tower 2?
No, it is not. The universe in which Clock Tower Ghosthead takes place and the universe in which Clock Tower 1 and 2 take place are, as far as I know, completely separate. The only reference you have to Clock Tower, like let's say the Jennifer continuity, is the poster. So as far as Ghosthead is concerned, Clock Tower is a game within the universe.
Yep, there you have it. There's been a fair amount of people who say like, oh, well, the demon that's like the demon idol from the same game, and there's been just like a little back and forth. It is, it isn't. So yeah, hope that clears it up for anyone curious. Does Scissorman make any reference in Ghosthead at all?
In the game itself, no, but there is an interesting Easter egg if you check the PlayStation BIOS, where you have the Japanese version present. Because you get a small quote from Scissorman himself, which is who is peeved at not being in a game. And that is the only reference to Scissorman you'll get. Well, that and the back of the box too, but yeah. Let's just put that here for now. I hope that vase isn't too deep, or getting it back will be difficult.
Just gonna read the chat real quick. How many video games does Jennifer Simpson appear in? Clock Tower, Clock Tower 2, Clock Tower Ghosthead, the convenience store game, I don't recall the name. That is the convenience store 2, nationwide chain expansion. And I can't remember if she appears on the Clock Tower poster featured in one of the Syndrome games. She does appear in the train for Moonlight Syndrome.
Jesus Christ, this girl.
It's a pretty good run, even if that's all.
Okay.
I also thought that was a demon idol for the longest time. Time to make crazy timeline theories.
Okay, did I do it? Oh, perfect. So the
Nice.
armor is going to move between the various rooms of the entire house. I think it just cannot appear in certain rooms like the entrance. And it's going to block that room for a while. This is not where I'm supposed to go. This is not the room I'm supposed to go in. I'm supposed to go over there and then circle around.
So with how random the armor works in the game, is there still a system that you can use to maneuver the armor, or is it totally like you have to be lucky?
Well, it moves rooms after a certain while, and I think you can manipulate its position because, well, first, if you go fast enough, the armor will not be a problem. And then, second, well, I'm gonna let the scene play first.
千夏ちゃんマザール君はどこに行ったのかしら
So, well, of course, if you're fast enough and you know what you're doing, the armor will not be a problem because you will not encounter it outside of the hallway. And also, I think, at least at the beginning, the rooms it appears in are predetermined. Like, it's going to be in the stair landing, then it will move to like an adjacent room, then go back to the landing, then go to the hallway on the second floor, and then it will start moving down. I'm not exactly sure about that, but I think it has a fixed pattern of room it's going to visit. And also we get our first mention of Chinatsu and Masaharu, but we're not going to see him on this playthrough. Which is, for context, the youngest daughter of the family, of the Takano family. Was she the one who closed the door? Where did she go? What does she look like? Maybe we'll see her. Maybe we'll not. We won't. And we found a key. The bedroom key. For a different bedroom. Jesus Christ, no! Why are you here? That is the worst place you can be! You're going to block the dwarfs! Oh no!
The armor just wanted to join the stream!
No! You cannot join the stream, you're already annoying enough!
Hi, it's me again!
But yeah, another thing you can do to pass the time is actually, you see the playtime box on the top left? That timer keeps going even when you skip scenes. So if you want to just... And since the armor runs off the game's internal timer and not like actual time, you can just interact with a bunch of stuff and pass to make the time pass faster. And then check in regularly to see if it has moved or not. Has it moved?
Interesting.
No, still not.
Oh.
And since you cannot get the armor to follow you in different rooms, you cannot have it, like, you cannot pass it. You will just have to wait for it to move. And if you're asking if we can circle around and exit through the door in Akio's room, no, because it doesn't let you maneuver through it. It is like the worst position it could be in right now. We're just going to look at this nice poster and wait.
I wonder if a lot of first people's playthroughs, like, the armor, like, scared them or frustrated them.
Did they interact with it at all? Because the armor only comes to life if you examine it before, like, after getting you the Mikoshi-sama back. But before examining the statue. Oh! No.
Oh.
It's already frozen. Go away!
Ooh.
At least you can keep kicking nuts, which is effective.
Yeah, Haunted Samurai armor still do have weak points.
Yeah.
To anyone that's seen Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, you know what I'm talking about. Night Samurai. It's the same example. I'm reading the chat. Thanks for filling in the blanks. That makes at least 5 games with a Jennifer presence or a cameo. Yeah, we don't talk about a certain mobile game as well.
Yeah.
Laughing at Waddle's reaction to the armor. To answer a question from earlier, yeah, the Konbini series, which was started by Human, with some spin-offs on PC by other developers before being bought by Hamster. There's actually, funny thing about the Konbini real quick, when it was rebought by Hamster, they reprinted the first 2 games, but without, like, the mention of Human. So I'm thinking of getting the Hamster version of Konbini 2 Zenkoku Chain Tenkaida, aka a Nationwide Chain expansion, and seeing if they kept the Clock Tower and Twilight characters or removed them.
I actually started playing the Konbini 2 recently to see if I can find them, but I don't know when to expand. I am not good with money. I am not a good economist.
Just like real life.
Yeah, like I can make my chain, my separate store work by using my memories of actual Konbinis when I went to Japan, but I am not good at money making and expanding stuff. I'm just going to switch back to you real quick.
Yeah, and for those wondering specifically about the Conveniti real quick, Jennifer and Scissorman are hireable employees, and Yukari, Chisato, and Mika from the first two Twilight Syndrome games are, I think, like assistant managers, or they are managers.
May put it back here. Oh no! Something is happening at the other side of the other door. Thank you. Remember this game.
Baba, 早く逃げろ。ガキ、次は殺す。ガキめ、調子に乗りやがって。
Why doesn't she keying now?
Well, maybe it's not appropriate to kill a 7-year-old.
手間取らせてくれたぜ。
There we go. At least we can look her up. Enjoy the laugh. You're going to be hearing it for a while if she starts chasing you. So yeah, we finally have found the source of the spooky laughter, and it's Chinetsu, the 7-year-old daughter of the family, which has a knife for some reason and is trying to kill her family for some reason. Also, no,
Which
I don't...
laugh?
Yeah?
Sorry, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. It's okay.
Which laugh is which laugh do you think is more intimidating, the Japanese version or the US version?
Well, if we're going by just this one, this voice clip, I'd say neither of them because they get creating very, very fast. But if we're talking voice in general, I think the Japanese voice does a better job because she, in the bad endings you can get in chapter 1, she sounds absolutely demented, and it is a very kind of spooky laugh. While the American version is like more toned down, I'd say. And for info, we're not going to see the bad endings unless I make a mistake in the later chapters. But yeah, normally we'll be alright. And so yeah, the bedroom key, the first big trap excluding the samurai armor in the game. Because you have to notice this is the only item that does not disappear immediately upon use. And if you do not lock that door, you're getting a bad ending. If you have the Mikoshi-sama when you're entering the bedroom, you'll get a bad ending. And that is clearly Ghosthead's biggest problem, because the game has 13 endings total. And 12 of them are considered bad endings. And none of them deserve to be an ending. Unless, except like ending B, C, and E if they were more developed. But yeah, it's kind of a trial and error design that really drags the game down.
おじさんはどこに行ったの?
But what is this? There's something on the nightstand.
手紙。御堂島隆。お父さんからだわ。この消印、16年前。この手紙とは別に送ったあれが 西道家の像だ。
結局ただの像だったわけだ。西道家の秘宝とは関係ないだろう。この分じゃ呪いとやらもただの噂だ。安心してくれ。とりあえずあの像は君に預けておく。
像？まさか千夏ちゃんの部屋にあったやつ。
Okay, this is now the second time in the game we've heard of a curse. Is it real? Is it a rumor? It's up to us to discover it, I guess. And also, that statue might be linked with all of this.
きつい顔してる。ショーの意識が強いのかしら。
Yeah, an interesting detail is that the two personalities see each other in the mirror. You cannot interact with this mirror as shown in the first chapter, but there's a mirror in the third chapter where he sees you in the mirror. Well, it's implied he sees you because there are no reflections in this game, but yeah. So yeah, the statue. Let's check the statue out. Is it really linked to some curse? What are the Saido secrets? Let's get well, where do you have it? I'm an idiot. Let's go.
Wonder how our armored friend is doing.
Armored friend is not here yet. Good. Is he in a hallway? He is. So he's not going to be a problem for now. Goodbye. Oh, the statue is not here anymore.
ないわ。あの像がどこに。
Strange. Let's try and go look for it. Maybe it's in that room. Maybe it's behind that door. So yeah, unlike in Clock Tower 2 where your health goes back up automatically over time, in this game, to heal you have to find these medkits, which, well, you can collect at any time if your health is below the white cursor. So it's more backtracking. I prefer the Clock Tower 2 system myself, but it's alright. But where could that statue be? Here's a statue. And here she is. Trying to chase us down. Let's see. So yeah, unlike the Chinatsu is closer to Scissorman in how she acts, meaning that she will follow you from room to room until you get through the floor one way or another. Or you die. But she will not stop chasing you after you respawn.
At least when she's chasing you, the samurai armor becomes inactive, so it's good in that regard.
Thank God! The game cannot handle Mortal Stalker at the time, but yeah. She makes navigation a bit easier. Well, As long as you can get rid of her once you want to. And I'm going to take this.
The samurai armor fears Chinatsu.
I mean, she is creepy. Oh, she's getting back up. It was not enough. It was not enough. Alright. Time for plan B. The metal wash basin was not enough to knock a 7-year-old out.
She just teleported up those stairs. Wow.
She's a very fast girl.
Raven, you missed a series of hysterical laughter, but you're getting to hear it again.
Time to learn, little girl. Pick up after yourself. Ah, the power of education.
If I'm not mistaken, Clock Tower 3 had similar instances like that where they're not really like panic like moments, but just certain things that you could pick up and just temporarily like throw at stalkers. I don't know if it took from this or if it was just coincidence.
I don't know, actually Clock Tower 3 has like weird coincidence with Ghost Side and its US version, notably the two protagonists both being named Alyssa, which led to a lot of confusion on my end, because I kept calling Alyssa Hamilton Alyssa Hale. But yeah.
全部斎藤家の呪いなんだ。
呪い？
とにかく君は書斎に隠れているんだ。
And again, that Saido curse, with Uncle Hajime being still as determined to not tell us anything and just telling us to go hide somewhere. Well, let's try to follow his advice. Oh, hello! He was downstairs. First off, let's go over here. Is that the corridor? No. It's the closet, and hey, it's Auntie Ayoi, which we saved in the bedroom. How are you holding up?
どうして千夏ちゃんが秋代も変になって。
何があったの？ねえ、おばさ
ん。呪いよ。これが呪いなんだわ。
呪い？
もうおしまいだわ。斎藤家にみんな呪い殺されるのよ。
Oh, so it looks like this Saido curse, which may or may not be brought by the golden statue, is what is responsible for Chinatsu going ham and killing everyone, and also Akio being green and dead.
空っぽだわ。このファンヒーターまだ使えるのね。
Nice. We'll just pick that up. There we go. Do not mind me. I am just picking up some fuel. The only solution to a curse is to burn the entire house down. Oh, the armor left. Need to move.
You can always count on Clock Tower games to contain an element of oil or flammable base products.
Yeah. Kill it with fire has never been more true.
Anemone says, I wonder why they landed on the Alyssa name. It's a strange coincidence after all.
Yeah, it's a good question, for which I do not have an answer, unfortunately.
I think it was just coincidence. Personally, when when Ghost Head was released in the US as Clock Tower 2: The Struggle Within, they made a number of like changes, like I guess where is Yu currently? She's in Benton, right?
Yep, Benton, Osaka.
Which is Salinas, California in the US version. I mean, this obviously looks like California. Yu Miroshima was renamed Alyssa Hale, And I think it was just like coincidence that the main character for Clock Tower 3 would be named Alyssa as well.
あら、漫画。
Very nice ashtray with some transparent textures. And a lighter, perfect for lighting fires.
Fire burn.
Hello, Uncle.
この像だ。この像を千夏が持ち出してから全てがおかしくなった。
その像が。
呪いは本当だった。君が得体の知れない人格に取りつかれているのも、あるいは
私も呪われているの。
わかるだろう。斎藤家に関わった人間は。
Back off, please. This is not a way to treat a lady. So yeah, it might be that the statue is the source of everything, including show, which sounds strange because, as far as we know, we had no involvement with the statue prior to today. And show has been here for a while. But maybe we can get some more answers. Maybe just leaving the old man on the floor is not the best solution. Do you have anything to say?
燃やすんだ、像。おじ
さ
ん。その像、早く燃やす。
Well, it looks like Uncle Hajime is not doing so hot, but fine. Let's burn the statue.
この像を燃やす？
We have everything to start a fire, and there is a fireplace in the living room. So let's go. Hello. Very nice of you to not be in the living room. Thank you. Alright, let's burn it. Well, this is a way to do it, but I'd rather burn the statue anyway. Please pick it up. Thank you.
みこし様、私を守って。
Nighty night.
Yumi Doshima, the original master of fainting, at the end of the chapter.
お、気がついたな。俺は三枚書の礎だ。よろしく。いや、無理に話さなくていい。ん？ここか？ここは弁天病院だ。高野さんの奥さんから通報があってね。中に入ったら君と女の子が倒れていたんで、ここに運び込んだんだ。
千夏ちゃん。
ああ、あの女の子もかなり重傷だけど無事だよ。命に別状はないそうだ。なんだ
Noisy Monsters Cage. And we've just arrived in Chapter 2. After burning the statue and seemingly freeing Chinatsu from her spirits, after stabbing her with a knife previously, we are now in a hospital. But something is amiss. And we also met some nice police inspector which immediately ran off and left us alone. Thank you, man. I think there's a key in the drawer. Hello?
This hospital is like a very like ominous space. When I played it up until like the zombies come out and it just gets like goofy. But like an empty hospital where you're just kind of roaming.
Yeah.
Like very, very creepy. Like just like a large space with essentially nobody there.
Yep, it is quite empty indeed. Oh, here's that key. I was wondering actually where that key was, and well, it was in the starting room. This key is not necessary to beat the game. I'm not sure we can even use it. Well, we'll be able to use it on this playthrough, but it holds a very interesting reward if you pick it up and find where to use it. It is indeed very empty and with very long hallways.
Catching up with the chat real quick. Are we allowed to talk with our mics on? Probably a silly question.
Yeah.
That's fine. It just doesn't feel right not calling her you little shit.
Yeah, Bates' voice acting is very iconic for those who played the US version. This room...
C.U.T.S was never seen again after the end of the last chapter.
Yeah, she's never seen again. It just told to us, like, she will survive, don't worry. And then we never see her again. So, since we do not see her or her body in the hospital, I guess either she's elsewhere or she made it out fine. Or maybe she's dead. Presumed alive. This room cannot be opened. And it is very sad to me because I want to know what is in the restroom. Oh, it's not a restroom in English. How it is called? Like a recreation room? A staff room? Yeah, an employee staff room. But yeah, this door cannot be opened. Another spooky voice. Where does it come from? Who does it belong to? More mysteries to unwind. Oh no! Something wicked this way comes. Something slow and mourning and green! It's a zombie! Everyone's favorite enemy! Yay!
And so it begins.
The war against the spinal people. So interestingly, for some reason they changed the voices for the zombies in the US version. For some reason in the US version the zombies sound like doors opening and car motors instead of the moans they have in the Japanese version, which you're hearing here.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they changed the voices for some reason. I do not know why, because there are some voice clips that are from the Japanese version, which remain in the US version, but not the zombies, which do not utter a word in the entire game. It's a very strange choice, but yeah. Ooh, who are you? Where were you 5 seconds ago?
誰だ。おーっと、これはすまねえ。つい大きな声を出しちまった。俺っちゃ怪しいもんじゃねえ。しがない新聞記者さ。
新聞記者？
郷本渡だ。よろしくな。さてと、もうちっと取材すっかな。
取材？
お嬢ちゃんもわかるだろう。この状況はただごとじゃねえ。噂以上だぜ。じゃあな。
And we got a reporter character for the game, thankfully not related to Nolan in any way. And he left. He's not much of a character in the game, unfortunately, but well, seems to be nice enough.
サイド、リン？
Another mention of Saido. The same with the name Rin attached. Who could that be? But yeah, you won't see Gomoto too much in the game. He plays a more prominent role in the drama CD, actually. But yeah, what was like, it seems like he was supposed to have a bigger role, but it was scrapped when the game was rewritten for, I suppose, budget reasons. Because like by 1998, Human was actually very bad off financially, and Ghost Head was, well, they went bankrupt 2 years later. So yeah, it was one of the last games. So clearly the budget was already gone by then.
Ironic that the game's project name was Project Rich.
Yeah. Oh, another patient fire.
またサイド、リン。誰なのサイドって。
Very mysterious. This name seems to be all over this hospital, but who could that be? And here's just the funny interactions.
これってパニックってこと？
I wonder if this is like a fourth wall joke because the cursor also blinks in the game where you're going through a panic event.
みんな死んでる。
Or so it seems.
He actually undead.
どうなってんの？
If I remember,
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Raven.
If I remember correctly, if you fail this panic event check, the nurse actually gets up immediately and starts chasing you. But now we can pick up a key to the closet, which is actually a key to the storage room.
I was gonna ask because I've been curious about the like the financial situation of Human Entertainment. Did we ever find out why they were just so low on money at this point?
Good question.
Like, was it a specific game they lost money out on? Because they were doing, like, sports games, I think, before they started really doing Clock Tower?
Yeah,
correct.
They did soccer games, they did wrestling games, they actually mostly known for wrestling games.
Fire Pro Wrestling Human Grand Prix. The Untold History of Video Game, Japanese Video Game Developers, Volume 2, the book where Hifumi Kono and other members of Human Entertainment were interviewed. It was mentioned that there were suspicions of improper use of funds because the higher-ups in Human Entertainment were trying to expand to things like amusement parks and things like that. And so it seemed like the common thing was just improper like use of funds by the higher-ups, and employees basically were like beginning to suspect that Human was going to go down under and jump ship before the company filed for bankruptcy, is what the story is basically.
Oh, that kind.
That's bizarre. Amusement parks?
Yep.
I'm
I
trying
mean,
to
there
find the
were amusement
connection.
parks for things
Human
like that.
entertainment, am I
Or,
right?
Yeah.
I guess they're very
I
human.
mean, SNK had amusement parks around that time, but it's fucking SNK. They were a lot bigger than. But even then, they also filed for bankruptcy. Yet they are still here. Quick story for another time.
Which again, ironic that the project name for Ghost Head was Project Rich.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did not save them. Like, if I remember correctly, actually, the first weeks of sales in Japan were pretty good because it was up against Biohazard 2, aka Resident Evil 2, which is not too bad. But yeah, it did not make like sales expectations, and I think it failed really hard in the West since even Europe did not want Ghost Head. So yeah. Plus, Clock Tower 2 failed in Europe too, so I think they were not very enthusiastic to the idea to bring, sink even more money into Ghost Head to bring it to a very limited audience. And especially since the PlayStation was already starting to be on its way out, so yeah.
I mean, not gonna say something, but it was a kind of a bad period for the game to be released because everyone was like into Silent Hill or into Resident Evil. So I mean, I'm not saying like oh it's bad. So of course it's lost, but it was a bad timing situation, I might say.
Oh yeah, like by the time Ghost Head came out, Resident Evil 2 was already a thing. So
yeah,
5 million copies for a PS2 game is nothing to scoff at. So by that point, the writing was on the wall about what the dominant style of horror game was.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
Ghost
for
Head,
example, oh sorry, you were saying.
Ghost Head is not even the best the Clock Tower series has to offer. So, and it was already fighting a very stacked fight against uh, a game and other game series that were evolving the genre, just to say. So they had like the odds stacked against them from the very start, like even before the game came out.
Yeah. So yeah, have you seen like if you remember like the little events, you have seen like the sink, the door. Those are actually mandatory to finish the chapter, and nothing in the game, save for a hint, a very vague hint, tells you to have to do that. So you just have to run around the hospital, checking everything if you do not know what you're doing, until you find what you're supposed to do. Because those events are actually preparing for the introduction of a relatively important character. Even though I think she's way underutilized in this game. But yeah.
10 clicks to do that.
I'm just wondering if, like, maybe, and I don't know if this is even possible, if they could have changed Ghost Head to be, like, a little more. I don't want to say they don't want it to be that close to, like, Resident Evil, but just kind of, like, changing it up more might have helped it sell more?
That's a good thought. Yeah, see, and I want to get your perspective on this, Waddle. Do you think it may have been like maybe their overconfidence due to like Clock Tower 2 being successful in Japan, or if it's like Biohazard 2's like release that like may have contributed to Ghost Head not selling too well?
Well, I think they overestimated the high Clock Tower 2 brought to the franchise because, well, it's a pretty iconic game, plus it sold pretty well in the US. But yeah, I think Ghost Head was definitively influenced by Resident Evil because Clock Tower 2 might have sold well, but I don't think it outsold Biohazard, so they might have seen the writing like this as being like, oh yeah, zombies Souls game. Let's put zombies in our game. Unfortunately, while still keeping it like the point and click system of Clock Tower and like horror adventure games. Unfortunately, well, Ghosthead clearly had very, very troubled development because it's mentioned actually in the Japanese character bio, so you unlock after getting all of the endings. A part that was removed in the US version again, that there were many scenario rewrites and many characters have changed roles over time, which ultimately led to the game we have today, which I think was rushed out the door because there were no funds left. Misguided starting ideas and unfortunately terrible development cycle.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the Italian view about this game because I handled it in the past. But according to this review, I translated at one point. There is at point which the reviewer is like, oh, is this game going to outsell Resident Evil? So I kind of assume people saw this game as a Resident Evil enemy, like, oh, this game wants to compete with Resident Evil. So maybe that's even why it fails. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's true
Yeah, I
that
don't know if
in French publications, Clock Tower Ghosthead was relatively unknown. There was no coverage when the game released in the US. There were just like some screenshots in the magazine Joypad of the Japanese version, and they were like, ooh, it looks pretty spooky. They were just screenshots of Chapter 1, and that was it. I think they just like saw a demo and did not look into it further.
Yeah, I don't know if it was immediately compared to like Biohazard 2 when it released in Japan versus like overseas, because I think like everything was being like pinned against like Resident Evil 2, and if it was like overseas, like, oh, Resident Evil 2 or Clock Tower 2, The Struggle Within, one's gonna like overseas, like the competition I guess is like more implied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you were saying, Roski, you can talk.
I was just like gonna say that. Okay, obviously, Clock Tower 2, Clock Tower, did not outsell Resident Evil because Capcom had marketing muscle to pull it off. Like, Capcom, especially in the 90s, was big. Like, everything they put out was pretty much guaranteed to be successful, even if it was shit, which wasn't the case for. So Resident Evil, when it came out, it was like a revelation. So even if technically the original Clock Tower came out in the same year in Japan, was starting to be made before Ghosthead even had a chance. So by the time it came out, well, they were trying to catch up with...
See you later, Dodo. So yeah, to go to Ghosthead, we are now going to introduce one part of the gameplay which maybe, I think, made a lot of people stop playing the game. The gunplay against the zombies.
Yeah, that was me.
Yay!
It's very specific, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually like it makes sense in universe, but for a game mechanic, it's like very, very infuriating. Boom. So
yeah, like
the dead zombie did not disappear. It means it is not actually dead. And if I go back to the room it spawned in, it will respawn. So as you could see, the zombies had little reticle on it with green text. Every zombie has like a lot of those shoot points. It has one on the head, one on the shoulder, like neck shoulder, one on the waist, one on the hip, one on the knee, I think, and one on the foot. Of all of these, only one of them will allow you to actually kill permanently the zombie. If you discover later in the game what those are, and when you know what it is, the actual weak point will be highlighted in red. However, until you discover that, the zombie will fall to the ground regardless of where you shoot it. You can still hit the actual weak point and kill it permanently if you're lucky. But otherwise, you're just going to be shooting at the zombie over and over again, and it will respawn over and over again, which actually can lead to a loop with this specific zombie, which appears in room 102. Because if you kill a zombie and it does not die, the character will exit the room. It will go, and the character will go back to the room he was previously in, which, if it is the zombie's spawn room, which will trigger the chase again, and again, and again, which is extremely infuriating. And I think it caused a lot. It's a source of a lot of frustration I've saw in playthroughs. So yeah.
Yeah.
So then the gun is practically useless unless
the base gun is very, very bad. It becomes slightly more useful once you learn what the weak point is, which you learn in chapter 2, and it carries over to the rest of the game. Thank God. But yeah, better guns like shotguns and machine guns you can find in chapter 3. They target all of the weak points at once, so you can forget about which weak point you have to target definitively. But yeah, there's also a zombie here.
Delightful.
And now we're going to play a guessing game. Is it dead? No, it is not. Let's try again. Because I think the zombie's weak point is not randomized when you shoot them here. So I'm just going to try everything. And yeah, your ammo is limited.
Shit.
Nope.
Sounds like a dog.
Dad.
I also could
These
switch.
aren't your grandpa's zombies.
Wait.
Yes, they are very, very resilient zombies, and they can operate elevators too. Boom, 3 foot. Nope.
I remembered why I quit this game.
So yeah, most people's solution is actually to switch back to you and kill every zombie in the hospital with you, because there is the infamous broom closet in the toilet, which has infinite brooms you can use to kill zombies.
Okay, so you have limited ammo. What now?
I'd say that where you just go back as you and do
I
the
know.
broom closet method.
I actually know what to do, because I have the magic drawer key. A drawer key that goes here, which is why I killed the nurse preemptively with the broom. And in this very specific drawer that you might not know how to open at all is the best item of the chapter.
Yay.
Do you think this mechanic was the one
The shotgun.
that inspired the Clock Tower 3? Or they just went like, we made Resident Evil, we are going to mix up the two? I mean, the fight segments in the game.
A shotgun in such a small closet.
It's a very small
That is-
shotgun.
What was your question, Sophie?
I was wondering, Clock Tower 3 is, for what I saw, most like it because there is the entire fight segments compared to the others. But I was wondering, was just Capcom deciding to mix up the genres they are now for, or they just got inspired by this Clock Tower for include these segments in the game? I was just wondering.
Like a different take
Not sure
entirely.
if I was clear.
Different take entirely. Clock Tower 3 is like the first Clock Tower game that isn't made by Human after Human folded. Sunsoft bought the rights and they worked with Capcom to create Clock Tower 3.
Alright, good sir, piss off. So yeah, when the zombies
Wow.
actually die, you can see it because they melt into the ground, and you do not exit the room. So he is permanently gone. Thank God.
Well,
Yay for Dead Zombie.
why they believe that this decision was good?
I don't know.
No, I tend to rely on like the bathroom broom method myself. I love that method.
Yeah, generally I just take the laser talisman you can unlock with a cheat code in game, and just I don't have like this. I don't have to worry about ammo or looking for guns or like, because the way that amulet works is like it charges up over time. First it acts like a gun, then it acts like a shotgun, and then it acts like the machine gun, and it's just so much easier to use. Incredible.
Yay.
A non-zombie nurse.
Wow.
Hello,
Oh my
nurse.
god, I just remember this game also came out the same year as Parasite Eve, and like, wow, it really
Wow.
it really struggled against the ropes.
Right.
Yeah, I think the big part of why like Ghost had like, even like when you just show screenshots, it looks so dated compared to like Parasite Eve or Resident Evil 2, is because like both of those games used very, very good pre-rendered backgrounds, while Ghost Head is entirely 3D. But it does, like Clock Tower 2, which was very cinematic in its presentation, like it has camera travelings everywhere and everything. Ghost Head does very little with its 3D environment. So yeah.
That's probably one of the weakest parts of this game. Like the original, well, the Clock Tower 2. Oh, well, you know which game I'm talking about. Actually was a little ahead of its time in that sense.
Yeah.
It does some very cool shots in game completely that you play from a game that all like, wow, like this is the travel, like when they reveal Barton was the false discernment, where you see the ground and it's just following the trickle of blood until you can hit Barton. Like that is bold for a PS1 game where they barely even had time to figure out 3D.
Yeah. But yeah, Ghost Head is much,
I don't know.
much simpler in its presentation, probably because of, again, time constraints. And yeah, we found
time constraints, budget constraints.
Yeah, and
they were probably
management.
scrambling to get it out of the gate while trying to imitate what they think they could incorporate from Resident Evil. I'm gonna guess making this game was not a fun time.
Yeah, because the game has good ideas. Like the story is interesting. Like the base mechanics could be really fun, but the execution is just very, very rough. Let's say like that.
It feels like a first draft of a game.
Yeah.
Like if it got a little more time in the oven, you could have gotten better graphics and a better implementation and a better balance around the base mechanic, and maybe even the zombies wouldn't suck, but who knows?
Yeah.
I agree. Speaking of which, what have we found?
Yeah, we found a non-zombie nurse, which is very rare in this hospital, apparently, which was not very keen on talking at first, but thankfully shows master persuasion skills, which involve threatening to kill them, actually managed to pull some info about a source of info of what those creatures, those zombies are, which are in the office downstairs. But first, let's explore the second floor a bit more. Excuse me.
Oh. Completely off topic. But I think it was this week that finally came out the Emilio the Smiling Man.
Yeah.
Out. Oh,
I think you got cut.
yeah, most definitely. No, I just asked like completely off topic, but Nintendo released this week Emio the Smiling Man. Have you checked it out?
Not yet. It is actually on my list but there's so much stuff coming up in the September that I don't know if I have the budget to check it out. There's like Zelda, there's Mario and Luigi, there's Ace Attorney, there's Clock Tower.
So, I just checked some of it. I'm pleasantly surprised.
I've heard it's very good.
It goes places that are surprisingly fucked up for a first party Nintendo game.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll check it out then. Also, yeah, another man that is not a zombie. He does not look well though.
I mean, is it really fair if he laughs like that?
Oi. 娘お前が私の代わりに化け物どもに食われろ食われている間に私が逃げるんだそうだそれがいい
Well, I guess somebody's gone Dead Rising 2 on us.
さあ早く食われろ
小心者が調子に乗るなよ
お前が食われろ
Nothing a good kick to the nuts cannot solve. The ultimate solution to everything.
I mean, if you laugh after a kick in the nuts, you got problems.
Yeah, I think this guy has more than enough problems already. Also, yeah, this laugh you're hearing right now is one of the sound effects that was kept from the Japanese version in the original US release.
I mean, hey, might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a key hanger that you cannot do anything with, which is infuriating because it has clear keys on it. Let's see.
Give us the key.
Jammed. Okay, no problem. That is a job for a screwdriver. The key to the back door. Nice.
I just gotta say, Udo laughing always reminded me of Pickle Me Elmo. That's all I had to say.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is an incredible comparison. But yeah, actually, fun fact, both the nurse Kishi and the hospital director Uro are actually not named in the original release. Neither the US version or the American one. They're only referred to by name in the character bios, so it was a choice from Flampurge to include their actual names in the game itself.
Is it just me or on that vending machine on the lower part it looked like there was a face on it?
Well, it might be the can. Yeah, it looks like there's like the logo on the can might look like a face from afar, yeah. For the longest time, I thought this was actually a bloodstain from one of the zombies, but no, it's just a picture of a can.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, every time I see something like a vending machine for drinks, I always think about that scene from Night Cry.
Yeah, this scene has impacted a lot of people. For every reason, both good and bad.
Rest in peace, Dante. Ma niente! Ok, ricordo. Little question, if I can ask. I can't remember if after Night Cry, like Kono or the studio itself made more games, or they stopped after Night Cry. I can't remember.
I think Nude Makers still exist, but I don't know if they've brought out anything since Nightcry.
I wonder if one day they will return with a new game. Maybe with Rewind, there will be an answer.
随分と面白そうなタイトルだな。
Weren't they still supposed to be working on one of the ports of Nightcry, but obviously it never came to be or whatever?
Ports?
Like, I know they have the Vita, but didn't they want to put it on, like, mobile or something?
I mean, some people are still waiting for their copy of the Nightcry collection, so I'm not sure it will happen.
I think, if I remember right,
早速試してみるか。
announced as like an iOS exclusive game, and then I think they started it on Android after a bit, and then they wanted to just like bring it to PC and Vita, and there were like stretch goals to put it on PS4 and Xbox, but with some ludicrous amount of money that was probably never going to be met. That's what I remember, at least.
Yeah. Also, interesting information we just discovered here. What caused the zombie to appear is a bacteria called the HU599, or just 599. It's going to be simple to pronounce. Which was renamed to cerebrotoxin in the original US release. And this, oh boy, this plot point caused a lot of confusion because it was handled very, very poorly in the original US release, and it basically made the story of the game, which is already kind of hard to follow, into an absolutely incomprehensible mess.
Trying to think of how it even connects to the rest of the story in general.
Yeah. So for now, just remember, Spinax zombies are caused by this toxin called the HU599.
Yeah, actually, I was wondering if this entire chapter is connected to the story, because for what I saw, no one mentioned it while talking about it. I mean, it's mentioned when they say the was chapter, but no one mentioned it while talking on the story.
It introduces some characters that appear again in chapter 3, but it's the most disconnected. I think you could almost remove it and nothing would change. It's just here to introduce the zombies and some characters. And as you can see now, there is actually a red weak point, and this is the one you need to shoot to kill the zombie. It's different and randomly generated for each zombie. And yeah, until you find that file, you do not know which one it is.
Convenient?
Sounds
why I
more
said
like
the question voice.
they didn't have enough time to really think or iron out the details of that slapdash combat system.
Yeah.
If you can call it that.
Before going back up, let's just examine this random nightstand to be able to actually progress. And off we go. This is absolutely one of the worst part of the game. Like, what actually considered to be the worst part of the game is actually coming up pretty soon. But yeah.
But I mean, between the armor and this.
I mean, yeah, no, the armor is more cruel, but this is just like very obtuse. Like, because at least for the armor there is a hint. Like to say, oh yeah, if the armor moves, or if the armor doesn't move, like it changes the ending. But here it just say, oh yeah, you have to see all of the events in the hospital before being able to progress. In what world is like checking a nightstand an event?
No, I was just saying because that is a rough start. But hey, at least we can admit in some circumstances, the armor dead is funny. So
Yeah.
random as shit, but funny.
I'm excited to see it. This is like my first experience with this game, so I'm curious to see the ending.
Yeah, you'll be able to see all of Chapter 3 and the actual ending to the game, because it's the only one that has an ending cutscene. The other ones just have stills.
Oh.
And the bad ending music and actually the A ending, the good ending, has a very, very kick-ass track. So yeah, look forward to it. We're almost done with Chapter 2. For now, we're going to go back up.
What was that? There was a YouTuber that I first discovered this series through. Not JonTron, but God, I can't think of his name. He's Canadian, but he was like having a real hard time with this game and was getting very frustrated.
Is it Picaspri?
Is it Stop Skeleton from Fighting?
No, it's a
Hello.
Canadian dude. I can't think of his name off the top of my head for some
I know
reason.
Picaspri played through the entire franchise multiple times actually, and he got angry at Ghosted every time. So yeah.
I don't think
Now it's gonna
maybe
bother me.
Nitrorad.
Oh, maybe.
Nitrorad. That's what it is. Yeah, Nitrorad. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Hello, Playmobil Man.
俺はね、
I
どうも
was
高野さん
thinking
が怪
about
しいと睨んでる。
gamers.
おじさんが
And I was thinking, oh yeah, Nitrorad.
あの家にも黄色い血痕があっただろ。ここにも黄色い血を流す化け物がいて、その上、高野さんは行方不明だ。
行方不明そんな。
これは研究所に行ってみる必要がありそうだな。高野さん、あそこの所長だよな。よし、そうと分かればこんなところはさっさと逃げよう。俺が先に行く。君は後から来るんだ。
It'd be really cool if this game got a Haunted Castle remake. Well, Haunted Castle-like remake.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Like,
yeah. Like, you've seen that remake?
I have seen some images of it. It looks pretty interesting, like especially compared to the original. So yeah.
No, I just look it up and wow. There should be more remakes like that because it's very easy to make a remake of a game that is already good, you know?
Yeah.
Most remakes are basically games that were already good but may not jive with modern audiences because of some quality of life stuff, so they get remade. The Castle continues for an arcade game. It doesn't look very good.
Yeah. Oh no, this is bad. Do not kill yourself, please.
部長さんやめて。
もうおしまい。もう生きる望みなんてないのよ。
今死んだら。
Okay, that was out of nowhere.
She was not doing too well, but that's a pretty drastic solution.
What was the chat, Red, or do you want me to read chat?
Oh yeah, because I cannot see it because the game is on full screen and for some reason Discord on the phone is not working well tonight. It is not updating the chat.
Flame Purge says, Kikomi Udo. As a side effect, it was easier and saves more room compared to writing director and head nurse.
Yeah, that too. It's true that when the game was being retranslated, there was a lot. The biggest hurdle was space limitation, because there's a limited space for text in the game, and well, I think it was you Flame Purge edited the text through hex editing, like he was like editing the text directly from the characters in the game. So if you made the lines too long, the game would corrupt.
And I compromised with Q599 bacterial toxin because I liked characters talking about the toxin for short, but I made sure to differentiate the toxin from the hallucinogen. Much love to Waddleby for playing this without the Inori-sama, by the way. I will never do so again.
You're welcome. But yeah, this nurse, her fate actually depends. Is actually one of the things that depend on the whether personality you're playing as. Because if you come in as Sho, she's already dead. She turns into a zombie and attacks you. So yeah, because I do not want to deal with another zombie as another zombie in general. And also because she appears in chapter 3 if she survives chapter 2. Let's save her. She stays here, but don't worry, she'll be fine. She just needs some time to think.
I mean, will Shaw even really try to help her?
No, Shaw doesn't care about other people. Like, Shaw's characterization...
Exactly, so...
Shaw's characterization kind of changes depending on the medium, like between the drama CD, the game, and the manga. The official manga, he acts slightly different. But yeah, game Show, he's just an edgy teenager. Like, she's like Shadow the Hedgehog. All cool and shit.
Hedgehog the Horsehead, yeah. I can't stop calling him that.
Shadow the Hedgehog without the Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I cannot watch this game without the voice acting of the same guy who voiced Ghosted from Steam. I mean, I think about that voice lines no matter what.
お前が私の代わりにあの化け物どもに食われろ
So you can encounter with the
食われている
director
間に
to stand with
私
you.
が逃げるんだそうだそれがいい
狂ってる。
さあ早く食われろ
Well, that's one way to deal with the problem.
Okay.
Now he's dead for good. But who was that?
I mean... Nice if you stop trying.
許せない誰でもいいことだわあなたにとってはでも助けてくれてありがとう助けた
What the heck is that?
勝手に死なれたら困るからよえ
Well, she disappeared. Without even opening the door, so maybe she's a ghost. She certainly looks like one. But yeah.
A ghost with a gun?
A ghost with a gun.
Man.
That sounds really cool.
Okay.
Just don't give it to the ghosts in Fatal Frame.
Oh. Fatal Frame.
Yeah, her intention seems troubled. On the one hand, she saved us from being strangled by the crazy hospital director. But on the other hand, it seems she did that only because it would have been bothersome to her. Which is a strange reason to give. But anyway, oh wait, not yet. We are not getting out yet. We still have one more thing to do. We need to go all the way back here. Open this door.
Man.
And oh hey, it's our good friend, the reporter. Where have you been?
どうやらな研究所に秘密があるみてえだこの病院の隣にあるんだけどよ
研究所
ああ薬品の研究を主にやってんだけどな俺っちは研究所に行くぜお嬢ちゃんも来るかい
So, people, what do we do? Do we take this man up on his offer, or do we just want to go home?
Hello? Does the ending change compared to the choice?
No, like some bad ending choice change, but otherwise it has no influence.
I don't know what.
Let's see. Is there something in the text chat? If the text chat would please update this time. Yep. Oh my god, Discord for phone is doing so badly recently.
Yeah, it's been awful since a while, to be honest.
But yeah,
I am
Anemone
fun
also
too.
said in the chat, it'd be real nice if old men would stop trying to kill you. It's right, it's very a strange tendency in this game. Everyone wants to kill her, especially old men.
そうか。
Why?
じゃあお嬢ちゃんも元気でな。こんなところで死ぬんじゃないぞ。
Let's just go home. I don't want to deal with more zombies for today.
That's it.
And off he goes. Goodbye, Mr. Reporterman. Maybe we'll see you again, maybe not.
I don't know why he sounded familiar, like his voice actor.
I don't actually remember who his voice actor is. I'm going to check it out because I think I jotted that down somewhere. Well, I'll be able to look that up during the upcoming session because it is absolutely brain dead to do. Let's see. Clockter, Ghost Head. Where is my translation sheet? Script and translations. Did I put the credits? He's voiced by Akio Otsuka. And
Akio Otsuka.
Yeah. And he also voiced the hospital director, the laughing madman, Tikomi Uro. And also another character which will be coming up soon.
Akio Otsuka, I'm pretty sure that's actually not familiar.
For now, let's get out of here.
Check.
そんな開かないわ。
よし、早く逃げよ
でも鍵が。
う。仕方ないな。
Stand back.
Oh, wow.
With this intense part of the game, I just want to real quick read the chat and say, Anemone says, it'd be real nice if old men would stop trying to kill you.
Yeah.
So yeah, this section, you cannot move, of course. You have one shotgun, which obviously kills the zombies in one hit, and there are 30 zombies in total. And any mistake will lead to starting the section over. You have to shoot them in the order they come in, because otherwise the vesicles won't show, but it will not attack you if there's a zombie in front and then in the line. And it's extremely boring.
That doesn't make sense, but...
I think it's just like a limitation of the engine, but yeah, it's not fun. Also, the vesicles will not show up until the zombie has finished their room entering animation, which can take a while if they go in this corner outside of the screen.
I was looking up, and Akio Otsuka is actually Solid Snake's voice actor.
Oh, really?
Jesus Christ. He voiced so Snake, he voiced Daisuke Kichigen in Look on the Third. He voiced Vinland Saga, Rubber in One Piece. They're really big name. They got voiced a lot of weirdos in this game.
Yeah. Please die, thank you. Oh my god. And yeah, this was certainly a way to end the chapter. Hope you mastered shooting the zombies by then. Otherwise, you're going to starting over a lot.
Hey.
お、気がついたな。
How
気
do
を
you
失
make
ってたん
shooting
で勝
zombies
手に連れ
boring?
てきたんだ。悪く思うなよ。
I don't know, but they managed to do it. Because 30 zombies is a lot of zombies.
弁天製薬の研究所さ。高野はじめがこ
It's
こ
a
に入るの
hospital.
を見てね。警察としては
I'm
放
gonna
ってお
give
けな
them
いだろ
that. It makes sense. There's a lot of zombies there.
おじさんがここに
う。どうやら奴は黒だな。
Well, in context,
この
I
山
guess.
に間違いなく絡んでるはずだ。
そんなおじさんはここの所長なのよ。来て当たり前。
とにかく君はここにいるんだ。俺は様子を見てくる。
Thank you, Mr. Detective, for leaving me alone again. You brought me here, and then you're leaving me alone in the middle of a decrepit corridor. Thank you so much. I very much mind that you brought me here, actually.
He's definitely an ace detective.
Yeah. He's just so cool.
Ace detective.
But yeah, on to chapter 3. Chapter 3, which actually, funnily enough, is the only chapter in the game in which you can absolutely skip viewing the title card. Because it is linked to an optional interaction in the game. So, if you just don't interact with it, you're just going to see the title of the chapter in the save screen.
Hey. Stupid. Stupid things I've seen today. Sorry, I was.
This chapter is still better than chapter 2, but yeah, you can see that they were running out of time, they were running out of budget, they just wanted to push the game out to do as fast as possible, and yeah. It has good highs and very low lows, so yeah. Hey, Mr. Gomoto.
Oh, お嬢ちゃん。
ゴーモトさん。
The graphics department of this game.
俺っちとんでもねえもん見ちまったよ。
Have to have
大きななた持った血まみれの男でよ。いきなり襲ってきやがって。
Has anyone been trying to make some retexturing work for this game?
おうよ。
There was a fun game project of Ghosted, if I remember correctly.
Because it would... Okay, even with the flat camera angles and questionable design choices, I do think that this is an aspect that could be, well, moderately easily done to improve the game.
Like some part of the models would need to be reworked because when I extracted the models, like with the DuckStation 3D screenshot of each feature to look at the details closer, actually, like the hands, the legs, and all of this, they use a flat texture, like the ones we see in Mario 64, for example. And the only part that actually have a texture like the face and the details. So it would imply like modifying the model itself to like be able to do details on the hands and such.
Damn, that's environment will help.
Yeah.
I think of the lighting in Dino Crisis or the original Metal Gear, and well, it is done through some more sophisticated lighting systems than this game probably has. Good texture work.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Ghosthead has some interesting lighting work when you're using show because the light around your character changes a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, no, but I was saying that in the sense that just good texture work goes all the way in PS1 games because, a lot of the lighting is faked.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just appealing more immediately looks better.
Oh no!
Oh.
Please, this is gross. We were attacked by
That feels
meat.
like being attacked.
Just flying meat. But yeah, there is a lot of interaction like that in the chapter 3. Stuff that can either result in a small interaction or just a panic hit.
I'm gonna say it's really funny to think that is trying to kill you.
And yeah, reporter man over here has said to us that he sighted a man covered in blood carrying a big hatchet that tried to kill him. So I guess it's another danger we'll have to contend with during this chapter. Great!
Not gonna lie, I admit I got a bit lost of the plot.
Okay, so to recap, we are you arrived at the home of her. Well, they're not related like by blood. They're not like her actual blood uncle and aunt, but like they're friends of her father. Discovered that everything had gone to absolute hell. The cause might be a golden statue that she burned at the end of the chapter, and seemingly that exorcised the youngest child of the family, which, according to her own mother, might have been possessed by whatever curse was within the statue, the Sido curse. After fainting, after burning the statue, she was brought to the hospital by a policeman the mother called, because there were 2 unconscious people in front of the chimney and one was had a knife wound in her chest. So, at the hospital, zombies everywhere, and stuff happened. Apparently, those zombies were created by a bacteria. And after trying to escape, we fainted again. And the detective, the same detective that initially brought us to the hospital, decided it was a good idea to bring us to the research lab nearby. And also, our uncle, Uncle Hajime, which is this laboratory's director, is missing. So, mysteries. Always more mysteries.
I really love when in all games for make like a scene and they made just the protagonist faint.
Yeah. I mean, Ghost Head's plot makes sense when you go back to it, but it can be very confusing when encountered, like, just natural through the game. Especially since some info, like the reason why you arrived at her uncle's house in the first place, are only told in the instruction booklet. Or the drama CD.
Oh.
Like every complementary material except the game itself. Why? Like, you see, like if you remember the intro, you have like one shot of Sho with a knife in his hand standing over a body. That is the only clue you get to as to why she's here in the first place. The actual explanation is only given in the Japanese instruction booklet, because the US version, I think it did not mention that detail. And all the complementary materials, which explain a bit more.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. It's not the first time I saw a game doing this. But I hate when a game is like, oh yeah, we forgot to mention this in the game, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, this is a very interesting research lab with human experimentation, my favorite.
What?
Oh. Ow. Now that I think about it, Ghost Head really was even worse than I should realize. My god. this game really had some bad luck in the timing.
Yeah. An interesting thing about this specific shotgun in the game is, I think it's the first occurrence in which you will pick up a weapon, like from the get-go. In the previous chapters, you can have her pick up weapons, but she will not do so, like directly at the beginning. Plus, interestingly, it's something that could not be restored in this redub because the line was removed, straight up removed from the US version, but in the Japanese version, when she picks up this shotgun, this one specific shotgun, she has a voiced line just saying, I don't know how to use it, but she picks it up anyway. Like, at this point, she knows she's zipping, like, knee-deep in shit, so, like, yeah, she's going to need a weapon.
It was okay. Okay, maybe it wasn't that bad. I was just saying that this game came out in November. In America, it came out in November 1998. That's probably the worst month in the worst year to ever release another game.
Yeah, didn't they actually delay the release to coincide on a Halloween date?
I'm gonna guess it was November 3rd. Just a few weeks later, came out The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Oh yeah.
You really do not want to compete with that game. Yeah.
Spooky fax machines.
Clock Tower games love their fax machines.
Yeah. Okay, we have a shotgun, and let's go.
To be honest, I think the best decision in releasing a game will never be Capcom because Capcom did add some questionable choices in releasing games.
Yeah, and here we got yet another old man who is trying to kill you.
Yay!
A mysterious man.
Man.
Yeah, a mysterious man covered in blood with a big hatchet.
I'm gonna bet it's his fault, man. He's freaking out.
Yeah. But yeah, this man goes unnamed until his identity is actually revealed in the original Japanese version. Here he just referred to as Ghost said, please go away, my god. Yeah, this chapter has zombies too, by the way. And in the original US release, they just... Oh my god. Alright, I understand. I will just go around. Meet our best friend for the chapter. This fire extinguisher. Well, this and the one on the other side of the corridor. We're going to be using them a lot.
Yay!
Very effective.
Wow. One has to wonder. I'm gonna guess they didn't really play this area that much. Oh my god!
And here we go again! Thank you, Mr. Extinguisher. You're very useful since you respawn infinitely. And
One room!
Like, we have a police, like a guard zombie. He doesn't act any different from the other ones, but yeah, it's some variety. But yeah, it's actually very funny because like at the game start you're like Sho is his cool character, he can use guns to defend himself and everything, but Yu is just much more effective at taking down enemies. If Sho does not have a gun in his hand, he's completely powerless.
Also, pretty funny how the best method to deal with zombies is bonking them in the head. Yeah.
Hello. Is there a zombie here? No, thank God. Oh, what's this? Oh.
何もないみたいね。
I think there actually is. It's the arm from chapter 1, remember? What is it doing here? I do not know. How did it end up on the top of a shelf? I don't know. But it's here. And here we have some kind of strange machine on the wall.
何の機械かしら?
This is actually a security device which actually keeps some doors on the first floor locked. And yeah, to progress we'll have to find a way to take it out. Let's go over here. Oh, here's the nurse. Hello. She actually gives you a shotgun if you're talking to her as a Sho. She does not do anything if you talk to her as you and just leaves, so let's just leave her here. And here's it looks like there are the doors to the front entrance. Let's leave.
閉じ込められてる.
Except we can't, of course. Chapter 3, The Robbers. Also, random trivia. Actually, the chapter have two different names in the Japanese release. Like, you have the English title, which is the same between the two versions, but the Japanese version has an extra subtitle for each chapters. Yellow Cursor Doll, chapter 1, is also called Cursed Family. Chapter 2, Noisy Monster Cage, is also called White Cage. And chapter 3, The Fortress, is also called Closed Doors, which is very accurate for this chapter because there are a lot of closed doors in here. And we're going to go over there.
I'm blaming some cartographer fans while watching it.
Catching up with the chat real quick. Quarantine says it came all the way here just to jump scare you. That's one dedicated severed arm.
Yeah.
And Raven says the names are pretty accurate across the board then.
Yeah, the names are pretty... Actually, the entire localization is pretty accurate across the board. Except, like, for very specific and very important story points. Which is the game's entire which is the entire problem I have with the US localization. Also spooky typing computers. And oh. Hey, it's the lady from chapter 2.
Anata, 誰なの? 私は藤か。幽霊。好都合ね。あなたから来てくれるなんて。死にに来たんでしょ。手伝うわ。さあ、逃げなさいよ。ゆっくり楽しませてもらうから。
So the mysterious ghost woman finally has a name. It's Fujika, and she's very much not a ghost, actually, despite what you theorizes, and frankly, I can't blame her, given how she looks and talks and acts. And looks like she actually wants to kill us, but not right now. She wants just... It might... Like, you might think that she's going to hunt us down throughout the chapter, but no, she doesn't. which is actually a huge missed opportunity. Like, I would have her over to zombies any day.
Honestly, she looks cool.
Yeah, she does. But for now,
How old is she before saying something?
but now zombie time. Have you missed them?
Okay.
And there we go.
Bye.
One less zombie to worry about. Let's see. This room is very much not very inviting.
I mean,
Hey, but take it.
wow, yeah. It's
Convenience.
totally gonna help them in the bed right now.
Someone
I just
made
need to
a cool fan art of Clock Tower. Like, I'm seeing it a fan art channel, and it's freaking cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty messy
It
display.
looks like something from a Motorhead, the original idea.
Yeah. Oh hey, Mr. Detective, what were you doing here?
Hi, Solid Snake.
ここはとんでもないところだな。黄色の血を流す化け物にナタを振り回すやつ。君もさっさと逃げた方がいい。
大きなお世話だよ。てめえに指図される覚えはねえよ。
君は
てめえの方こそとっとと逃げな。
Here, don't tell me what to do. Just stay here in stunned silence. I'm on my way to do greater things. Like shooting zombies. And its show is interesting because you can have some pretty funny interaction with other characters. Too bad it's like limited to very few characters that you can do this with without dying afterwards. So yeah. Because Show is also very talented at getting on other people's nerves, especially people who are already trying to kill him. This never ends well. Okay, this locker is jammed. Looks like we need something long and thin. Something like maybe 2 wires jutting out of those rotting arms over there. Let's see.
I was just thinking about how kind of funny it is that there was an first aid kit of body parts. At that point, someone had to be fucking with them.
Yeah.
Like
try to heal your wounds now.
Okay. Practice is a thing, horror games.
Alright, let's open that up. A strange key called the security key. Could it go to the security device we saw earlier? Maybe. Probably. Let's go. Over here. this place can be quite labyrinthine for the first time you play, but actually it's not that big, surprisingly enough. And here. And here. Yeah, it's faster. Slightly faster.
Let's 防犯装置か。これが解除できりゃな。
Let's do just that. Yeah, thank you. And here we go. Now many doors are open. We'll start with... is this one open? It is. And now everyone who has played the game is having war flashbacks.
Like,
but yeah, funny thing.
Like,
yeah, this room is the infamous Ending G armor room. But funnily enough, if you pick up the key with you, like outside of Ending G, the armor does fall, but it misses her. But if you pick it up as show, it does not. You can finish the chapter without seeing the armor fall.
wow.
So I guess it solves the inconsistency of how did the armor get all the way over here, but it's weird. It's just very, very weird.
Yeah. I mean, out of context, it's a perfect shitpost. So.
Yeah. Where? Oh yeah, right. The elevator. It was. I went the wrong way. Let's go the other way. Where are you going? No, do not go there. We have other things to do. For now. Actually, let's go over here first, because the security lock also released a door, which is all the way on the other side of the first floor. Of course, you do not know which doors the security lock actually released, but yeah, that's just something you have to figure out by running around the place, trying to find what you need to progress. Here.
Oh, make a movie, Mark Twain.
Okay, and zombie. Hello, good sir. Are you interested in a few bullets to the face? Thank you.
Apparently, his weak point was the thigh.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna question how that works.
I mean, the way that works in like the explanation given in universe, it's like the parasite, like the bacteria acts like a parasite. It forms like a parasitic brain, which is the weak point on the point it is injected in. So it can be like pretty much anywhere. And this brain, it's what's actually controlling the body. Like, for example, for Akio, which died in chapter 1, the injection point was the arm, which explains why the arm itself remained alive while all the other body parts are, like, dead.
Yeah.
It does not explain why the other zombie melt though.
In that context, it is a fairly satisfying explanation. It just feels wrong.
Yeah, like, it's not communicated in the game very well, and it's a game mechanic. It could have been executed much better. Like, it's the ghost-head zombies are like, imagine in Resident Evil 4 if all of the enemy were regenerators.
Oh my god, that would be really terrifying. Yeah, no, like, put the regenerators in a game with a less capable protagonist, and they are immediately the main threat of the game.
Yeah. Resident Evil 4 with only regenerators since the start of the game, and you're playing as Ashley the whole time.
Oh yeah, like, at that point you will be just like, can I jump out of the window? It will be easier. I still remember the first time I met those guys. Knew what they were doing. Like, you try to run away from the first regenerator, and there's another one waiting at the end of that hallway.
Oops, wrong button. Because yes, the buttons in the elevator have separated interaction points. The elevator would not change floors if you press the same floor you're actually on. Logical? Yes. But there's only 2 floors.
I mean, it's also a little awkward because it's all, the camera is all that back, all the way back, so...
Yeah. But now that we have no weapons, we're actually going to go back to the first floor. Because we'll need to clean up the second floor quite a bit.
Time?
Let's go. Here. Here. Please don't show up. Please don't show up. Please don't show up. Please don't show up. I'm so close. Because, I mean, the shotgun is nice and all, but it has only 4 charges. You constantly have to run away around to find more ammo. So, maybe we'll find something more interesting. Maybe in this drawer.
使えるもんはなさそうだな。
Are you sure about that show?
使えるもんはなさそうだな。
Are you really sure?
ん？まだ調べるのか？
Nah, I think you should look again.
こいつはすげえ。面白いもんがあったぜ。
And here we are now set for the rest of the game. The machine gun is the most powerful weapon. It targets all weak points. And it takes down Ghost Head, the mysterious hatchet man, faster than the shotgun does. And it has 20 ammo, so it's more than enough for the entire chapter. We do not have to worry about running out of ammo ever again. Yay!
Yay! And it only magically spawns in a random drawer. But,
Yeah, actually there is a second one you can find at the very, very end of the game. You can find, like, from the first interaction. But, yeah. By that point, it's not very useful. You can also...
At that point, it's almost like they're mocking you.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, like, extend your playtime and run around shooting the stalkers or the zombies in the hospital, but yeah.
I'm not sure if this was mentioned. I'm sorry because I was away, but I just wanted to say So one thing that Queen Hall Sarah and I found while we were working on the Ghost Head walkthrough that's been on hiatus for a bit is Kishi can actually refill any gun that you currently have. If you don't have anything, I think she gives you like a pistol or a shotgun.
Yeah, she does
But,
give
like,
you a
it-
shotgun if you don't have anything. Yeah, I actually forgot about refilling the ammo, but it's true. It's true. But you have to talk to her as
Wow.
Sho. I don't think she does that if you talk to her as you. She just thanks you like for yeah, thank you. No, I don't want to die anymore, and then you never heard, you never hear from her again.
Yeah, basically a wasted opportunity. One of Ghost Head's many, many lovely little features. It's a fun game if you know literally everything about it first before you play.
Yeah, it's it's an interesting game to replay, but yeah, the first experience is not good. Is there a zombie in here? No. But is there one over there? Probably. Hello. Goodbye. Let's check what's over here.
It's a guy's game.
It's a zombie, which you cannot avoid because you take too long to turn around. Alright. And here's the door about the rope. Interesting. Curious.
ロープで縛り付けられてるのか。
Unusual. Thankfully, we have a handy-dandy knife. However, we're going to come to this room later. We're just going to leave the lights on. Gonna give it a much nicer look. Let's see what's in there. Look at that, a dead guy.
いいもん持ってるじゃねえか。ってなんだこりゃ。おもちゃじゃねえか。
Yep, a model gun. Which is not necessary, but I mean, it's still a gun.
使えねえやつ。まあゆっくり眠れよ。
Well, let's let the man get some sleep. Looks like he needed. It looks dead tired. Alright, so we're not done running around a show for now. We still have some zombies to clean up and some stuff to find. Let's go over there. Because as much as it is fun to bonk the zombies on the head with a... Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, he came in quick. Thankfully we have our machine gun to take him down. There we go. So the shotgun takes him down in 2 hits, but the machine gun takes only 1 bullet to kill him. Oh, to take him down. Let's just say that. Oh, great! Another zombie. I sure do love zombies. One less. Good. Let's see what's in this drawer. A lighter. Useful if you want to set the building on fire. Always a good solution. Alright, what do we have here? A woman's restroom, a door, which leads to where? It's a very long corridor with not many doors in it. Ooh, freezer room. It's very cold in here, but what's this? It's a key. Stuck to the freezer. Alright. Thankfully we have the lighter to throw it out. Lock key. Interesting. Now that we have everything here, we can go back down and pick up the Mikoshi-sama, which we left all the way back in the library where we met Fujika. But let's bring it a bit closer to us. Actually, am I still online? Can everyone hear me? Or did Discord die again? No, looks like it's alright, okay.
Everything's dead.
Okay, perfect. Let's go back down. Out of the elevator. Over here. And that's why the event skip to skip all the door opening animations, it's such a boon for the game. It saves so much time. Up, get the Mikoshi back. And back up we go. Let's see. Let's check in this room. Oh. Hello, sir. You look fine, standing ominously in your corner. I'm just gonna put this back here. Here we go. Thank you. And let's just check this real quick.
実験結果かしら。なんだろう。599菌って。
Looks like this is where that 599 bacteria was developed. Interesting. Well, let's ask him some questions. Maybe he can give us some answers or what was going on here. This looks like a good idea.
お前はこの世に生まれてはならん娘。
Not today. Come on.
Catching up with the chat real quick. Anemone says the armor walker, obviously. Ghost had fun time. I think Sho will find a nice flower he can put in Yu's hair. Sarah did give me permission to finish the Ghost Head walkthrough. By the way, it's on my list after I move.
Good luck with the walkthrough. Don't hesitate to if you have any questions about the game, because I played it quite a lot, so I know it pretty well.
Raven says, I am here. Tangomushi says, this jam. And Flame Purge says, almost all of Ghost Head's dialogue there was pulled from Waddlebee's retranslation. They really screwed up the already convoluted plot point.
Get in here. Get out of life, please. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, let's check what is in here without the zombie getting in our way. Oop. Let's turn on the lights. We got strange machines again. What do they do?
全然わかんないわよ、こんな機械。
I don't know either. Nobody knows. Computers.
何もないみたいね。
Are you sure there's nothing there?
何もな。
No.
何もな。
No. Well, it blew up. Okay. So yeah, maybe you have like Jennifer, which is not very good with computers, but then there's you, which the mere presence of which caused computer to blow up. So she's just like that unlucky, I guess. And we actually got a key to some handcuffs. What are handcuffs doing in this research lab? They might come in handy. But first, we need some health, or else we're going to die at the first enemy we encounter. And it's going to be very annoying. I don't think there are any health kit here, so just in case I'm going to go all the way back down. In a place I know there is a health kit in, which is the closest one we have is the one over here. Because yeah, technically the health kits in the environment like they respawn constantly, so you don't have to worry about it. They just could have kept the same system as Clock Tower 2. It would not have changed a thing, except less backtracking.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, since I know this chapter in particular has a lot of like back and forth, especially for like newer players, like no proper like just trying to like figure out like where to go, and they go back and forth throughout this building. How would you guys personally remake Ghost Head?
Oh man, there would be so much things to overhaul for a remake. So much. I think I'm going to give my own thoughts of the game like after I end the playthrough. But yeah, there's interesting ideas that could be iterated on to make it such a better game. There's so much like wasted potential here, which is like it's a whole subject on its own.
To see the ending before like commenting on the matter because I don't have knowledge of the game. But for now, I think I would not gonna lie, Ghosted is one of those games I would say since the start because everything seems confusing to me. I mean, maybe it's just my opinion, but it feels unlinear to what it's trying to say. I don't know, it gets confusing, so I would simply focusing on a specific topic and for example, I would remove the zombies. The zombies are like a big no for me.
Yeah, I agree. I would get rid of the zombies eater, or like at least reduce their number drastically. Like if you want to keep the bacteria plot point, like just have like 2 or 3 to like show it off, but no, not that many.
You know what is a missed the potential to this clock tower? I mean, since it's based on Japan, it would have been cool if it was like yokai focused or something, which seems like it does not. I mean, it does, but not so much maybe for what I understood. I mean, I'm still having troubles for understand this story.
Yeah. Oh no. Who is that? Someone is handcuffed to a pole.
誰だ
お父さん
ユウどうしてこんなところに
手錠誰にこんなことを
Oh man, that is an uncomfortable position to be in. Let's get him out of here.
ここは危ないユウお前は先に所長室へ行っていなさい
お父さんは
私は後から行こう心配するな
Well, we found our father. That's a nice coincidence. But it looks like he'll be going on ahead somewhere to the director's office, and we'll have to meet him there. But first, let's check what's in this room. Where's the light? Here it is. Can I actually put that in as you? No, I cannot. Ah, a red card key. Interesting. Oh yeah, right, I forgot about the other one. Well, we'll go to the director's office soon enough, but first we have somewhere else to go. Well, something else to pick up, actually. Because I am an idiot and I forgot to pick it up earlier, so more backtracking, yay! First, let's go here, all the way back down. Down here. And over here. And toilet. Let's get in here real quick and turn on the lights. And here we go.
青いカード
A blue card.
何に使うのかしら
Which use is for now unknown, and why was it here? I don't know either. But now we can go back up.
Take a look at the chat. Flame Purge says almost all of Ghosthead's dialogue. Wait, no, wait. I already read the part. Raven said improve the combat, like add more weapons to use, maybe make the toxin and zombies either more relevant or get rid of them and make a new psycho instead, like make the doctor a psycho killing everyone.
That's actually not a bad idea, yeah.
And then Tango says making the hospital and the lab a bit more visually interesting would be a big help. The house is a very cool setting, and then the rest of the game is just drab clinical settings. Which I agree.
Yeah. I went into the wrong door again.
I'm not gonna lie, I do agree on the fact that this one compared to the others, like maybe too many enemy. I mean, maybe I would focus on one stalker or maybe two rather than zombies.
I think someone mentioned on the server that I think it was Flo, who had a dream about Fujika being the stalker in chapter 2. And I think it's an interesting idea because Fujika as a character is very, very underused. Despite, like, it appears that originally she was going to play like a central role, and in the final game she does absolutely nothing, so yeah.
Yeah, why don't use her? She might be like the main villain trying to play along with the protagonist,
I
something
forgot what I
like
was supposed to
Mary
do.
was
Oh yeah,
in the
right.
original game.
The director's office, and on the other side I already saved this guy. I am so lost. Too many events to do.
Okay.
Too many stuff, too many things to keep track of. I think it's in this door. Yes, I think it's this one. And here's Dad, taking us steps advance. Let's just enjoy the scenery a little bit, since stalkers cannot spawn in rooms which are occupied by NPCs for, well, obvious reasons. But yeah, what a nice painting. I do not know if this painting is a reference to anything, but yeah, it's here. And Yu does not like it. Don't mind me, Dad, I'm just checking everything in the room. Alright. What is going on?
Yoshi, Yu, 早く中に。最後。来たか。Yu、お前は早く中に。
でもお父さん。
お父さんは大丈夫。彼とは訳ありでね。ちょっと話をするだけだ。
あいつは誰なの？おじさん、外でお父さんが。
ゆうちゃん、ようやく分かったよ。サイド家の呪いの秘密が。
サイド？
全部御堂島が仕組んだことだった。呪いなんてただの噂だったのさ。
御堂島ってお父さん？
そうだ、君のお父さんが。御堂島は外にいるんだろ。
Interesting revelations. So the man that was chasing us around the lab and survived like a multitude of bullet wounds is actually Saido, the man mentioned by the curse, and also the same name we saw in that hospital flyer. Mysterious.
Saido 不思議と研究所にサイドって名前の人がいるの？
However, you'll notice that the name we're given is Fushihito Saido and not Rin Saido as we saw in chapter 2, which is actually something that was changed in the US localization because his name was translated as George Maxwell. And the name that would be equivalent to Saido Rin in chapter 2 would be actually Lynn Maxwell. So who is this Rin character? Maybe we'll discover that, and maybe we won't. And that is why we picked up the desk key. But yeah, it looks like this man might be responsible for everything going on. From the curse, which might or might not be real, to zombies maybe too, and us getting dragged along and everything. And it looks, most importantly, it looks like Yu's father knows this Fushihito Saido very well. Which is kind of concerning. He does not seem like a nice person to be around. And here we are introduced to the key cards. You have to use the key card on the key reader every time you want to go through the door, or it will be locked. And well, at least the key cards don't change, but I don't never remember which one goes where. It's not this one, so it's the red one. There we go. Red goes to the office. And blue goes to the elevator. That's why we picked it up earlier, to avoid more backtracking. Oh yeah, also the uncle was here and he left to go confront the giant man with a hatchet. I'm sure this will end up very well for him. This looks like a fine idea. Whoop. Let's clean up the zombies in the basement. Hello. If I plan well, I should be able to avoid her. Or maybe I can just shoot her. That'd be easier. And another zombie. Right next to you. If you do not know that zombie is here, you're going to get, like, hit. It's extremely unfair. They could have placed it at the end of the hallway, but no, they had to place it, like, right at the entrance. With a split second to react. Over there is fine. It's the blue key for the elevator. Let's just switch back to you real quick.
Checking the chat. Raven says, also, I think they should stick to the original Japanese names and such for Ghost Head remake, but obviously give it new dubs in different languages like with Rewind.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to have a struggle within mode with the English voices just for legacy purposes, but yeah, for in general it would be best to keep the original setting. That's not where I put the amulet.
Well, if Way Forward and specifically limited run games like partner together for a hypothetical Ghost Head port plus or something, they do have a history of doing such things with the Kunio-kun games. Didn't they do a version that was more in line with the River City Girls Western canon, and then there's also a mode to make it more like the translation of the original script? So there's precedence, and I think the game's data is small enough to make it happen. Personally, I'm just a text and graphics guy. I don't really do much code.
I mean, that could be interesting if they can do that, yeah. I think that the biggest hurdle to having the original experience preserved is I think some of the voice actors have passed away since then. The voice actor, for the Japanese cast, I know that Koji Yada, the voice of Hajime, has passed away, as well as Tomiko Suzuki, the voice of Fujika and Shinatsu. They passed away, unfortunately. And I think someone in the English cast is dead now as well, but I don't not remember who it is. Wait, I am just going to put that here real quick.
Yeah, we hope to see Limited Run do kind of like a revamp of Clock Tower 2 and Ghost Head.
I mean, Ghost Head would need more than the rewind treatment, because like you cannot release a game like this in like 2020 and further and just leave it like that.
No, definitely. I think if they did that, it would have to be aimed towards the hardcore fans. If they want to like invite newer fans, they'd have to just like overhaul the game.
I mean, they did re-release Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, so they technically could, but yeah, for the big audience, I think it's best to just straight up remake the game from the ground up.
Which I think like should like get the second chance, because it really is the gameplay that just boggles down Ghost Head. Like the setting, the story, and the music and the characters—they're all interesting. It really is just that the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese fan base for the game, which is very small but very invested, is like they're done for a remake of the game. They are waiting.
Oh yeah,
they are very enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, there's a small but passionate community for Ghost Head in Japan. Like, I've seen so much Ghost Head fan art. Yeah, so I think there is a strong desire for Ghost Head to come back.
I can say for the English audience as well, because when I made a question about which was your favorite Clock Tower game, surprisingly many said the Ghost Head and how much they wanted to see it back. So there are people who like it, even if it's kinda unfamous. People do like the game and wanted the best for it, I can say.
Yeah. So, who knows? Personally, I would love to see Limited Run Games partner with Spike Chunsoft to bring Twilight Syndrome.
Oh, that would be interesting, yeah.
Especially since with how strong the Carbon engine could be, I think one of the things that they could do if they ever had the chance to re-release it is to actually combine the two games into one full adventure. Like what was originally intended, but like because of limitations at the time, it had to be separated into two separate volumes.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, hey, Fujika. How are you doing?
憎らしい娘、お前が私の人生を狂わせたのよ。お前の呪いが私に降りかかった。許せない。死になさい。呪われた娘。
Yeah, don't try to strangle you. I didn't do anything to you. I don't even know you. Why you're trying to kill me now? Oh, hatchet.
Why everyone want to strangle you?
Nice. Unfortunately, you will not be able to use this hatchet as a weapon. But yeah, looks like Fujika has a deep grudge against us. For being cursed. Again, a curse. And apparently it might be something happened to her and she blames us for it despite us not knowing her until an hour ago. Nice.
こいつはもう用なしだな。
I'm sure you will be very happy to have Guts on her hand when she takes back control. And we got a graveyard key.
Catching up. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Just catching up with the chat. Would they get rid of the point and click? I think so.
I mean, getting rid of the point and click for Ghost's Head, like, it would make sense for like 2 days standards, but I mean, I guess it depends on. I don't know. I think it could still be made to work with like point and click controls, but yeah, well, maybe I think like something like Remothered, which use both pointing and keyboard movement, could work as well. It depends on how the game was
pointing.
structured.
Sorry, Sophie, did you ask something?
I maybe I played the Switch version of the game, but I don't maybe it's because the Switch version, but I don't remember Remothered had a point and click segment.
It's not really point and click, but well, for the PC version, oftentimes like you could move your mouse around your environment. It would highlight points you can interact with and click on them, like so that you can go to the point easier.
It's not in the Switch version. That's why I got confused. Okay.
Hey, reporter man. Hello.
まったくよ、どうなってるんだか。俺っちにはさっぱりだぜ。
まだ取材してたんだ、河本さん。
分かったのは、サイドウって天才科学者がいたことと、そいつが今は行方不明になってるってことだけだ。
サイド。またサイド。
そろそろ俺っちは退散するぜ。お嬢ちゃんも一緒に行くかい？
Oh, looks like his investigation wasn't very fruitful, was it? Well, let's just stay here.
お嬢ちゃんも元気でな。
I think we'll be more effective as investigating than he is, since we know, like, Saito is alive and, well, not exactly well, but well enough to murder people. So let's explore the graveyard. With this nice incinerator over here. Let's go over here. Hello. A graveyard. What a nice place.
なんで研究所にお墓があるの?
I mean, if an experiment fails, at least it's not very far. Oh, well then.
これ、おじさんの名前?
Well, this is reassuring since he's right here. That does not bode well at all.
おじさ
ん! ゆうちゃん、呪いなんてのは信じるから意味がある。すっかり騙されたよ、御堂島に。あいつは私さえも騙していた。
おじさん、お父さんが何をしたの？
金色の像。あれは御堂島が呪いじゃなかった。すべてあいつが仕組んだ。気をつけるんだ。あいつはゆうちゃんも。
Well, this is not good. Looks like our dear dad was up to no good. And this line, this dialogue was absolutely butchered in the original US release. It made absolutely zero sense and made the whole curse, is there a curse, is there no curse plot point extremely confusing. So, basically, the curse there is none. There never was one, and there is no magic involved. Well, at least on the cursed golden statue side of things. Everything seems to have been a scheme by Yu's father. Let's try to find him and ask him some questions about that. Because yes, another very common point of confusion for Ghosthead and the struggle within in general is like, is there any paranormal part of the game's plot? And I admit, like, even in the original Japanese release, it's pretty confusing because you see poltergeists in the game. But the short answer is no. There is absolutely no magic, no curses, actual curses involved in the story. It's all it all has a scientific explanation, contrary to like Clock Tower 2 story, which has demons and paranormal and cults and stuff. Here is just a very, very special family traditions and a lot of scientific stuff and very, very bad people involved.
It's always the bad people.
Yeah. Like the whole theme of the game revolves around like grudges and revenge, and it was very, very badly handled in the localization because some dialogue like pertaining to just the toxin problem, and also like Hajime's final dialogue is crucial to understanding the no curse plot point. And since his dialogue barely makes any sense in the English version, it makes that point that much harder to understand. Actually, going to save the game here. And look at that! The golden statue!
象がどうしてこんなところに燃やしたはずなのに
Well, looks like burning it was not enough. It's perfectly fine.
Catching up with the chat. Let's see. I want From Software to give us a remaster of Quan because it is way too expensive.
Yeah.
Valid. I'm late to this, but Flame Perch says, "Here comes the scene. This one is special to me because I was able to revisit it after learning the text engine better. I even retimed the subs and gave it special treatment."
Yeah, this is about Hajime's this scene. Flame Perch really did a really good job, like retranslating my more literal translation of the Japanese version to fit within the limitations of the English version.
Yeah, you guys did great work on this undub.
何もないみたいね
Flame Perch says, in Philip Tate, "Alyssa, the curse." Yes, that's a great translation of you. Leave. Thanks, H-Tech.
全部5.9金って書いてあるわすごい量
A lot of research about that bacteria again. And can I go over there directly? I think I can just bait the zombie out. No, the door is locked now. I have to come back as show. And that means I have to go look for a zombie or wait for Seido to spawn. But first, as you can see, we actually looked back to the very beginning of the level. Looping level design is always neat, even if this is a little bit late. But yeah, if you like forgot the green card key in the office because you did not have the desk key or something, you can just go through the entire level again and look for it. Yeah, let's just go here and see if we can find a zombie over here. Let's heal.
Raven says, "Also, whoever owns Rule of Rose, remaster with tweaks to the combat, please."
I agree. Rule of Rose deserves more audience. And a better combat system, because my god, the bosses in that game, they're awful.
That was a jump scare that got me the first time I ever played this game.
Yeah, it still gets me from time to time as well.
I was eating Oreos while playing, and I nearly choked on my Oreos. I was like, "Rah!"
Alright, now that we have switched back to show, we can heal again. Very convenient. And now we can go back down. Here. Oops. Right, green card key in the card slot and then open the door. Why? Also, yeah, for info, the second machine gun is here. If you do not have a weapon, you can pick one up. Because Sho will not refill his ammo on his own. For some reason. Oh. Hey. Dad. What are you up to?
てめえ何してんだ。
ショーか？
随分とえげつない真似してるじゃないか。斎藤家の呪いとはよく言ったもんだな。
さすがに気がついたようだがね。まあ今さら分かったところで何も変わりはしないよ。すべては終わってしまったのだからね。
終わった？そうかな。
先に下に行くといい。結末を見てみたいだろう。
Well then. Everything is about to end soon, huh? We'll see about that. More stairs, going even deeper down. More zombies, of course, because there always need to be more zombies in this game. And... a locked door. This is our cue to backtrack again. And change back to you again. I do not know why they structured this final section like this, because like the dialogue with Midoshima is like, oh yeah, the climax is about to begin. You should get there here soon. Like you go through one hallway, one stairs, you kill one zombie, and then you have to go back and switch back to you, and then there's another event, and then there's more zombies, so you have to go back again and switch back to Sho again to get rid of the zombie. And then you have to switch back to you to get to the final room in the game and see the actual climax. Because, like, why? Why did you do this? Did this game need more padding? This is like catastrophic for the rhythm of the game. This entire section needs to be changed. Like, remove the zombies, please. Give us a reason, like an easy reason to switch back and forth between you and Sho, or like rearrange the events so that you don't have to change. That's the machine gun, that's not the Mikoshi-sama, it's here. Let's pick it back up.
Yeah, the zombie in this game is like one of the biggest detriments, honestly.
Then put it back down and go here. Now let's interact with the locked door. Yeah, and that's all she wrote for Fujika. She came in, threatened us, and then she dies. But yeah, more importantly, our father is also apparently Fujika's father, but we did not know about her, because apparently her father left her, and alongside her mother, which is not mentioned in the game directly, when she was little, and looks like he had you afterwards, which does not paint a very good fatherly picture of this man. That of the year material, clearly.
What changed in the American version, or the plotline is similar?
Excuse me, I did not hear very well what you said.
I asked, was this plotline left, or it was changed in the American version?
It was
wondering.
left. It was left as is. This one was
Okay.
not changed.
I just want to say, what?
Yeah, it's quite an abrupt exit. Like, there are many. Oh, hello. There are many like theories from people like on why did she decide to like off herself immediately upon confronting her father and you. But yeah, it feels like a forced exit, and given the game's context, it probably was.
I mean, they could have made a game based on this plotline alone, and it could have worked.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the most common theory is like she saw that whatever she did, like, she could not get her father to have remorse for what he did, and so she decided like, fuck this, I'm out of this. And since she acts her entire life against taking revenge. I don't know where it is mentioned. Yeah, it's mentioned in the character bios. We will talk about more later. But yeah, the reason of why she's here and she's actively trying to kill you is that she, after being abandoned, her mother died. She was raised by distant relatives, and when she saw her father again with you, like years later, she became extremely jealous of like her father like being happy and having like another daughter while she was left alone all her childhood. So she developed her, so like she axed her entire life around getting revenge on him and you. And when she realized here that it wouldn't work what she planned to do, it just like she snapped and just decided to end it all. But yeah, it's pretty abrupt and not very clear, because of course again, all of the material that explains this is not in the game proper. It's in the complementary materials that you unlocked after beating the game with all of the endings. So yeah, Ghost Head, everyone.
I don't understand why many games tend too much to focus on too many plot lines rather than one.
Yeah, it's complicated.
If something like, for example, I found issue with Remote Red, there was too much going on.
さっき高野はじめの死体を見つけた。
I agree with that too.
化け物も減る気配がないし、そろそろ潮時だな。
You were saying, Tiago?
このままじゃ俺たちも奴らに食われる。
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna catch up with the chat. But I'm a little invested in this story.
Yeah.
What decision is being made here again?
This is ending me if you will say yes, yeah. So, Mr. Policeman, you abandoned me in this place. I ran all around, killed 1,000 zombies, and I'm finding secrets about my family. I am not leaving.
いいのか?
私、このままじゃ帰れない。
Yeah, no, it's too late to go back. We have to go all in. To the final room. But first, a zombie.
Of course it's a zombie.
Anticlimactic zombie! Blue ball zombie.
Zombie couldn't let you off easy.
Of course it could not.
Let's see, catching up with the chat. Did anyone watch King of the Hill? Shows VA does the Japanese dub for Bobby Hill.
Oh, really?
Then we get Quarantine saying, that boy ain't right.
Oh, well, looks like we have another visitor. Oh, where is he?
This is like one of my favorite tracks in the game. This game has good music.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Too bad to unlock the permanent sound test. I think you have to play 66 hours, 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Because, woo, spooky number. But I am sorry, like, even if you made an entirely different playthrough, like, you started from the beginning to get all of the 13 endings, you'll be far from playing 66 hours in the game. It's just so ridiculously long. Why? Yeah, like, you can unlock another sound test with code you can enter on the title screen, but it does not have some of the tracks. I actually don't know if the real sound test does have everything. Does have the tracks missing from the code soundtrack one, sound test one. But yeah, I do not know what they made the requirements so ridiculously high.
Yeah, aside from being spooky, that decision is just criminal.
Oh, computer.
I mean, you could just leave your PS1 on overnight.
Yeah.
And then play it again. And then overnight for a third day, maybe. I don't know. And then just kind of play through. Because, I mean, it's probably like 66 hours or more, right? It's not
I hope so.
Okay, it's not exactly 66 hours, because... I don't know, man.
Yeah, and interestingly, looks like our dear old dad is very much obsessed with this Saido man. Something about stealing his place. For the context, actually, in the original Japanese version, I don't remember what is written in the original US version, but yeah, in the Japanese version, it specifically mentions the research being stolen. But yeah, I think Flame Purge's choices of stealing his place is also very, very, very low accurate and fits well within the story.
Borrowed from the struggle within, so can't entirely take credit for that. But yeah, that is now canon to the Yokubari patch. He was not only taking his place, but stealing his work.
Yeah, but actually that is something that is very much accurate to the original as well. Simply it's not mentioned there. It's again mentioned in the complementary material because for context, Takashi Midoshima was the top researcher in this lab. He worked here previously. And then Saido came and he was just better, and so he got ousted from his position. Hence his unhealthy obsession with him. But yeah, we'll talk about the deep lore when we get to the character bios. No more zombies? No more zombies. Great. I am very happy about this. No more keys, no more key cards, no more zombies, no more chases. We're getting to the end. And this is a nice cinematic shot. I wish there were more in the game. Veomia's door. Let's go in.
私がそれを忘れては失礼だな。お前は私の娘ではない。ここにいる西堂不死人の娘だ。私はこの男に嫉妬し、この男を陥れるために
何を言ってるの？お父さん、意味がわからない。
西堂家にとって呪われた赤子だった。村に残虐な人格を持つ娘。代々西堂家に稀に生まれる呪われた娘。すべての人間に死を。でもね、私はお前を本当の娘として愛していたよ。人を陥れるための道具だなんて思ったことはない。だから私は象に薬を混ぜ狂わせた。
お父
さん。さよならだ、ユウ。早く逃げなさい。この建物は爆発する。
お父さん。
すべての人間に死を。
あなたは父じゃない。
伏せろ。 これだ。これで奴は
大丈夫なのか、斎藤家の墓を暴くなどと。
呪いを信じてるのか、バカバカしい。斎藤家の呪いなんておとぎ話だよ。
私
辛いか？
みんな私のせいで死んだから。
そうだな。
私が死ねばよかった。
いや、君もあそこで死んだのさ。さて、化け物退治に行くとするか。骨が折れそうだ。
Very quickly, Waddle. There are voice clips in this credits music, but in the U.S. release there isn't, right?
Yeah, the Japanese version, like the text from side, like saying, "Everyone must die and suffer forever." Like his voice clips are exclusive to the Japanese version of the track. So it's very nice that it was restored. I actually did not remember that it was restored, so I'm sorry for talking over it. But yeah. Unfortunately, like the text itself could not be restored, so like we are missing the cast and Koji Nikura credited as voice director. And unfortunately, the US version does not have the cast listed for the English voices either, I think. But yeah, it's a very good track, and also the Japanese version has an extra bit at the end that you'll be able to listen to. And actually, interestingly enough, in both versions of the tracks, you can hear the Japanese zombie growls in the background, like you just heard just now. And there's the Japanese Chinas laugh. Okay, no, so this version is missing the very, very last bit of the song. Where in the Japanese version only, it was like a rise up, a big like taiko hit, and just Saido saying "Ghost Head." But yeah, otherwise it's a Japanese track, which is nice. And ending
What a game!
Yeah, what a game! You're right about that.
Yeah, it was truly a game.
That was Clock Tower Ghost Head. Totally not Clock Tower 2 The Struggle Within.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
And with that, we
was
expect the extra mode. Do you like shooting zombies? You can now do that for a score attack or a time attack. Which we are not going to do because, dear God, no.
We don't hate ourselves that much.
Yeah, and yeah, 13 endings in total. So many endings that have no reason to exist. Like ending A.
Yeah, they've been partisans of the coast earlier, but they've gone right now. So I think it's just construction we're hearing now.
Okay. But yeah, let's like. Ending A is ending A, it has to stay. Ending B and C, where you live with either the detective or Gumoto. Like, if they were expanded more than just stills with characters talking over them, they could have a reason to exist. Ending E, which occurs if you talk to the handcuffed Midoshima with Sho and he gets pissed off at him and kills him with a knife. Could be an interesting non-starting game over and an ending on its own if it did not end immediately after. But like from D to F, especially ending G and everything in between, they have no reason to be here. Why 13 endings? I know it's like a funny cursed number, but like 4 endings would be more than enough already for the game. But more interestingly than complaining about stupid endings is since we have all 13 of them, we unlocked the character guide, which has so much lore that is not touched upon anywhere else in the game. Which was entirely retranslated and redone by Flimpurge. So to go over her character again. She, like the ending cutscene said, she is not actually the daughter of Takashi Midoshima. She is Saido Rin, that's her. She's the daughter of Fushihito Saido, which and also was the cursed child of the family. It was, well, the entire basis of the Saido curse were his children, and Yu was one of them. So she got buried alive as soon as she was born. Midoshima, which was trying to take revenge on Saido, dug her up to try to use her to make him fall from grace. Because, like, Japan or not Japan, like, burying children is not good for your public image. But ultimately, he changed his mind and got attached to Yu and raised her as her own daughter. However, Sho was a thing, and he was still, well, he did not work at that specific lab anymore, but she was still a hospital director, so she grew up alone, which is always nice. However, this is something that is interestingly enough slightly touched upon more in the manga. She bought her a charm called the Mikoshi-sama, or just Mikoshi here, at a local shrine, which she uses. Like the Mikoshi itself is not magical. It cannot magically suppress show of calling forth or something. It's just something that uses as like a comfort object, which gives her strength, like mental strength, which allows her to suppress show on her own. Which is an interesting like point of view, despite the entire game being very muddled on what is supernatural, what is not, and if it is supernatural at all. Also, linking everything to the supernatural, I can relate. I can relate very much. And then we have Show, which is very much male in both versions, which has more knowledge than you ever has of everything going on from the start, which is never explained why does he have that knowledge. So here is the part that I do not understand very well, even in the Japanese version, the Cursed Children, whether they are actually twins or not, because in the game itself, Midoshima only refers to the Cursed Children as one single daughter with an alter ego. But however, in the guide only, the Cursed Children, like Terra, referred to twins as twins. So cool family traditions of burying children alive every few generations. And it's never explained whether Sho is the dead spirit of a twin, if he's just a grudge accumulated over the years that manifested as Sho, or where he comes, or if it's just I don't like calling him a mental disorder, but if it's just like a split personality thing. And Dad of the Year, Fujika is his true daughter. She worked at a time at the Benton Pharmaceuticals under Hajime. Then Saido arrived and ousted him from his position. And so he decided that the best way to go around it is take revenge and bury his daughter from the dig up his daughter from the grave and use that to destroy him. But ultimately he decided that he had a better idea. He got the golden statue, which I suppose he dug up from the grave as well, since it's like actually the golden statue's origin is never really explained, but I suppose it's linked to the Saido curse, since like Hajime seems to fully believe it is linked to it. But instead he decided to put hallucinogens in the statue, which would make anyone who touched it go mad, like in a very short amount of time actually. Which explains why Saido went insane. Which explains why Hajime tried to strangle you near the end of chapter 1, because he was already starting to fall under the effects of the statue. Which explains why Chinatsu started killing everyone in chapter 1. And why both her and Saido are so resistant to bullets. And also, we'll get on that later, but it kinda gives an explanation to the armor as well. Hajime was just being a terrible person as always. He was like, after the statue was handed to Saido, Midoshima sent the statue to the Takano family, alongside the letter you found in chapter 1. And this man decided the best course of action to having maybe not cursed, maybe cursed artifact in his home was to keep it in a closet for 15 years. Well, 17 years actually. But yeah, great decisions all around. That's his wife. She exists. That's literally her bio. And yeah, Masaharu, which we have not seen in person, well, not really in person during this playthrough. You can see his body if you fail to check the armor in the G route. So why did the samurai armor move? Because he was inside it. Because apparently some hallucinogen ended up inside the statue, the armor as well. So when Chinatsu started killing everyone, he decided to hide in the samurai armor, which is a decent idea, I guess. Except he did not account for the hallucinogen making him go mad as well. Unfortunately, I don't think he was cured of being insane. Or maybe he touched the statue before, no. Akio, which is the only time you'll see it with a normal skin color in the game, and not as a dismembered corpse. She was killed before the game even began because, well, Saido attacked her apparently. I don't know, it doesn't explain exactly when, but yeah. So yeah, the explanation on why or how the arm continued to move is it's because she was injected with the bacteria here. She's indeed a very unlucky girl. And then we have Chinatsu. She practically just found the statue in the closet, decided to play with it, and went insane. Hence the name Yellow Cursed Doll. It was a very poor choice of a doll. So yeah, for her at least it's confirmed that she went back to normal after seeing the statue burn, but it's not because she was possessed by anything or because of a curse. It's just because apparently seeing the chemical burning the chemical on the statue brings back the people affected by it to reason or something. But yeah, interestingly, the fact that the spirit leaving her was an hallucination seen by you opens up a pretty interesting theory, because actually you touched the statue at the beginning of the game, and I think except the piano, all of the paranormal events you can see in the game, like the floating doll, you can get attacked by a model sword near the fireplace. All of this, you can get attacked by flying dishes in the kitchen and all. All of these you can only encounter after having touched the statue, and only as you. So it's an interesting theory to think that none of this actually happened. And because of the statue and the hallucinogens inside, she was just hallucinating all of the paranormal events, plus her tendency to link everything to the otherworldly and paranormal. That made her see all of the traps in chapter 1 at least. I do not have an explanation for the flying meat in chapter 3. Hitoshi Ishizue, the detective, Here's an interesting tidbit that was removed from the US version. He was planned to be one of the 3 protagonists, but in the final story he's unfortunately just a side character. So this is interesting because apparently in the very early drafts of the game story, there was a trio, like a core trio. There was you, there was Ishizue, and there was Gomuta, the reporter. And I do not know what happened to this draft or why it was changed, but yeah, they're just barely a character. They're just barely characters in the final game. It's really a shame.
There is a way to read these early drafts, or there is an archive of the evolution of this game.
Yeah, actually, I would just love to see them, to see what alternate story that they would have given, because from what is here, it sounds like a very, very different game from what we got. But yeah, a cool character that just shows up at the nick of time, but it's still not much of a character overall. Yeah, and this part, which might lead some to try and ship Yu and Shizue, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's like very out there, and there's no chemistry between them. So I don't know what this is here.
How old is he?
I mean, even if even the scenario writer doesn't know, we should not terrorize about it.
Yeah, the wiki before we edited it, when we started as Team Cut, the wiki mentioned that as like a concrete fact that they're like a thing, or like they like become a thing by the end, or it's like they're like heavily a thing, and it's not confirmed anywhere within the game, so we ended up removing it from the wiki.
The closest they're shown to having like any kind of relationship is like in the drama CD. Ishizue offers to help her because like she has nowhere to go, no family left, and she's heavily traumatized from everything that happened in the drama CD, because the drama CD has a very different ending to the game, which is much more traumatic for you. So this is kind of like a mentorship, almost like an adoptive family kind of relationship. I could see that work. A romantic one, dear God, please no.
Yeah, which leads me to, I guess, like a question that I had. I wanted to ask specifically your perspective, Waddle, since you're very well versed in like the lore and everything regarding Ghost Head. Which do you think is the more enjoyable way to experience the story? Would you suggest someone to play the game and experience the story that way, or listen to the drama CD? By the way, the drama CD.
The drama CD. I'm sorry, as much as I like playing the game, and it has like much more in-depth info about the characters than the drama CD can ever have, I would not wish to anyone to experience the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, the drama CD has a very, very interesting take on the characters and story, and I recommend listening to it.
Which, by the way, the drama CD has been translated to English and French on the Team Cut channel, thanks to Wado B, who went through the entire drama CD and translated it. Thank you very much, Wado, for doing that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm going to check it later.
Translations of the other drama CDs will be coming in the future.
Yeah, I'm working on them. I'm like, I'm starting like first drafts of the Clock Tower 3 drama CD, the first one, and the Clock Tower 2 is kind of on hiatus because I have no time to work on it, and I want to get the one for the third game first, but yeah.
That's valid. We also recently got a chance to read, thanks to preservationists out there, the highly rare Yun Koga interpretation of the Clock Tower Ghost Head story that was featured in 1998 issues of Monthly G Fantasy. What are your thoughts on their take of the story?
It's very interesting because it's a very different take compared to what you have in the drama CD and the game, because like Gomoto is absent, Fujika is nowhere to be seen. It really, really, really focuses on the relationship between Yu, Takashi, and the whole Sidle thing, which is very interesting.
So, yes, that exists out there if anyone is interested in looking for it.
Yeah, because there was still no answer from Scenery Recall, right? For the scans. For actual good scans.
We reached out to Scenery Recall a while back, trying to do like a scanlation. It was secrets out, of course, but it didn't really go anywhere. We had our own scan doing thanks to Waddle, and by the time we saw that Scenery Recall did their own scan of the book, we reached out and said, hey, like, what if we like collaborate and like create like a scanlation? And talks went pretty far, but it hasn't really gone past that, so it's kind of on hold for now.
Because yeah, technically I have already made a scanlation of of the manga using my own scans. The problem is that I got them from the Osaka library, and well, I could not take the book, obviously. So those are like photocopied versions of the pages, and some are like very, very squished, and some text is completely unreadable. So yeah, I'd just rather have better quality scans to release to the public, and I don't know if like the library, if the library is okay for me to share the scans to begin with. So yeah.
Yeah, whoever ends up scanning, translating, releasing it, the important thing is that it'll be out there for others to enjoy, which is preservation at the end of the day. Trying to check in the chat. I'm a little late on that. Man, I feel like there was an easier way to ruin the Saido. If they were buried twins, take the living one and tell everyone about the dead baby. Chinatsu will need many years of therapy, says an empty.
Yeah, she will.
How interesting that they admit to their own shortcoming in this game's supplement, in the in-game supplemental manual.
Yeah, that's interesting because, like, for some reason, these parts about like the early scenario drafts were removed in the US version. So, did they not want to admit that like games have a development cycle, or did they try to make it seem like everything was under control? The game is fine. Do not worry.
Yeah, and even like Human in Japan, I think we're just like really just trying to make revenue, given like how close they were to their bankruptcy and how many targets they were announcing that seemed to not really go anywhere. Like, All Ghost had released in like March of 1998, and then they announced Clock Tower 3 in like June, July of 1998. And of course, that didn't happen. We got the Capcom version, but not the human version. And from what we've talked about with like Kono and what he envisioned for the story, and how he said never got past the planning phases, it really seemed like they were just kind of like rushing Ghost Head and like, oh, Ghost Head isn't doing well financially. Quick, let's announce Clock Tower 3. You know?
Bring back Jennifer.
Yeah, Jennifer's back, guys. It's Jennifer. You know Jennifer. Which, to those who are just joining in, to those that don't know about the canceled Clock Tower 3, previously, before Team C.U.T.S, all that people knew about the canceled Clock Tower 3 was that it simply existed. We were able to really briefly talk to series director Hifumi Kono and what his plans were, and we also have an ad scanned from the sourced magazines, and all we know about was that it was supposed to be a story where it's different doors leading into a world where Scissorman appeared at, and that in terms of playable characters, you wouldn't Kono hadn't thought too far on that, but he said that it would have been possible that you would have been either playing as Jennifer or her daughter.
Oh.
So it would have been interesting to see how that I mean, hey, if Rewind does well, like who knows, maybe if they decide to do a new Clock Tower game, maybe they could realize Kono's idea.
I mean, I'd be down to see that.
At the time of like Ghost Head development, Waddle, that like Kono of course had like no involvement in it because he felt like he was running out of ideas at that point. And it was handled by like a completely different team, completely different director and everything.
I wonder, would it be still called Clock Tower 3? I mean, 3 is technically 1, so...
Fuck it, just call it Clock Tower 4.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, at that point, like, Europe got, like, PlayStation Clock Tower 2, which, like, was named Clock Tower, like, everywhere in the West. We did not get Ghost Head, we got Clock Tower 3, so we jumped from Clock Tower to Clock Tower 3 anyway, so yeah. Continuity is dead.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that if it got the remake treatment under the right direction, because Hanashingo mentioned that that Clock Tower could do well if brought into the modern era, only if like the people who understand Clock Tower's core values play a central role. I think like if there were like developers of that mindset got to work on Ghosthead, I think Ghosthead could have a pretty good shot in like the modern gaming world.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of people who still have like a fondness for Ghosthead.
Oh.
Hello, phone. Phone jump scare.
Yeah, that's wow.
But yeah, so I am also very interested to try and find more info about those early drafts of the story, since like the game is seems to be so different. Like Gomoto, which does not have he has no use in the final game. You could cut him out of the game and it would be the same. He wasn't supposed to be a protagonist. Like he had like different personality, like brave and heroic. Like personal story drafts slated him for a shocking end by suicide. Like they had stuff planned for him. He was supposed to be an actual character, and in the final game, he's just barely a cameo. Like, well, Uro is not very interesting, like, because he's just a cowardly director who just gave his own patients to Saido for experimentation to turn them into zombies, which is a terrible thing to do. Do not do that if you are a hospital director, even if you are under pressure, please. But yeah, that and the nurse as well, which is there as well, which she seems to have interesting, like, she apparently investigated the bacterium by herself and discovered everything about it by herself, but you do not get any of this from the game. And Fujika, oh my god, Fujika, like daughter of Takahashi and Ryoko Midoshima. Ryoko is the name of her mother, which is not mentioned anywhere and is removed from the US version as well. Same for the, I don't remember if her mother dying was also, no, I think it was in the US version, but it was like, just the name was removed. And like, early draft Sapphire as the head of a detective agency and the main villain. Like, how big of a downgrade is that? Like, I want to see, like, main villain Fujika. And same, like, for Saido. His actual backstory in the final game is interesting because of, like, the family fame and fortune and luck, which being listed to, like, supposedly linked to his, to a family curse, which leads to him burying his own child. But, yeah, it's interesting, but well, also yeah, he's the one who developed the bacteria. But in early draft, he was Fujika's alter ego. He was not like a separate character. I don't even know his show existed. Like Fujika and Saido were the same person. Like, what happened? I want to know what his early stories. This sounds fascinating.
I just suspect that they were working on this. I suspect, I mean, I'm not sure, maybe I'm saying something stupid. Don't count my theory as canon. I kind of suspect that maybe this was the original plotline. They wanted to keep it simple, like, oh, Christian family, revenge, stuff like that. But like I said earlier, they maybe had pressure to make something. I'm not sure. I'm just saying it earlier. Maybe they had pressure to like make something for compare it to Resident Evil. Like, oh, this game is popular in the market, so let's try to fight with it. So put what kids want, put zombies, put sickness, put viruses, something, and they were like, okay, let's do what we had to do, and this weird mix up happened, maybe. Not sure.
I mean, probably, but yeah, it's just like it's too bad because it sounds like a pretty interesting story. I just hope I will be able to find these documents someday if they still exist.
Yeah, I have to.
This game is a tragedy of missed potential to begin with, but as you're discussing all these drafts and different ideas, it just makes it hurt so much more.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize the depth of the potential this game had, and I will check out some of the supplemental materials thanks to the things I've learned from this stream today.
Yeah, please do. There are a lot of stuff to learn which enrich the game experience from the supplemental materials. But yeah, to go back to the final game lore, like the reason for the zombie bacteria existing is like it was not due to the toxin, the hallucination in the statue. It was just his revenge plan because like he lost his child. Well, he felt forced to sacrifice his child for his own fortune, and I think that already drove him over the edge. Because that, his reaction to that was to develop a bacteria to turn everyone into zombies. Which seems pretty extreme, but I mean, I guess he truly did love his children. But family traditions are strong, especially in Japan, which is a very traditionalist country, so yeah. Yeah, the golden statue. Yeah, still not very explained where Takashi Midoshima got it from, but implied to have been buried alongside the children in the grave. Which was the cause of everything in the end, but not because of a curse, because Takashi Midoshima is an asshole. So yeah, not only did the statue get sent to Fushihito to have make him go insane to begin with, the reason it was sent to Takano afterwards was to shut him up, because he knew about Yu being the GUP, and since he is a pushover and a coward, Takashi was scared of Hajime blabbing under the pressure of what they did together. So yeah, his solution was to make him go insane as well. And yeah, the family history, like here in the Yokubari, it's like canonized that the children are indeed twins, but it's never clearly explained in the original version, and the US version is pretty much useless on this point. So yeah. So it is the family history is the only time in the Japanese version where twins are mentioned. So yeah, even the game doesn't know what that alter ego, what Sho is. So yeah, it's still up to interpretation from the players, I guess. The Mikoshi-sama, yeah, which is like implied to be just a trinket, but because Yu is so attached to it, it gives her enough strength to stay calm and keep Sho back. And here we have a visual for the bacteria. But yeah, it acts as a parasite, creates a fake brain to control the body from, and kills the true brain, hence zombies. And this is it. So yeah, it's quite a deep game story-wise. Unfortunately, the game itself does not tell you much about it, and it's locked behind 13 endings to get, 12 of which are glorified game overs. So yeah, most people do not have the patience to get to it. And so especially if those people play the US version, which conflates the everything, like the bacteria and the toxin are like the hallucinogens are just conflated as a toxin in the dialogue in the final cutscene, which makes it extremely unclear which is responsible for which. Plus, not helped that in the US version, the entries for Chinatsu and Masaharu are Stephanie and Michael, as they're called in that version, they call them zombies. They are not zombies, they are just insane, and apparently that hallucinogenic substance turned the skin white. And since we don't see Masaharu affected by the toxin outside of the armor, we do not see his skin color. So yeah, supposedly he is white as a sheet too. And so this makes that the US version is just the translation in most of the game is pretty close to the Japanese original. I have no problem with. Like, I'm okay with Bates being like more of a rude, swearing cocky person like Ratanta Shu, who is just very haughty and pompous about himself and self-important and all. But the issue is like when they failed to convey the original meaning, they did so in the worst spots possible for the story comprehension. So yeah, that's why I generally prefer that's why I learned Japanese to begin with. Yeah, Ghosthead is the reason I learned Japanese. Because I saw playthroughs of the US version, because I could not read Japanese at the time. Of course, Let's Players were all angry at it and swearing at it. I think it was so like Let's Play, I think, back then. And some other playthroughs were like swearing at the game and calling it shit and everything. And I wanted to just experience the game for myself without everyone being pissed at it. So I played the US version. I did not enjoy it very much. And then I learned that the Japanese version had different voices. And I was interested, maybe it's different. And I had a gap year in my studies, so I just went to university, studied Japanese for a year, and for the sole sake of understanding what was going on. And it turns out it was a great investment because it's quite different. And the rest is history. The rest is history.
Yeah, thank you for taking us through this game. I don't think a lot of us would have been able to experience it, with how the gameplay is, all things considered. But it's a very great story to sit through, and I think story-wise, like personally, like it's like definitely like one to enjoy as part of the series.
Yeah. I mean, it was both the scenario writer and the game designer and the director, Yutaka Hirata. He worked as a scenarist on a lot of things, actually. He directed Dark Half on the Super Nintendo. It's the one RPG where you play both as the hero and the villain. I never finished it, but it's quite interesting as a concept. He directed some anime episodes, notably he worked on the anime adaptation of Umineko. And also he directed, he worked for Suzak for Wario Master of Disguise, and then he fell off the face of the earth. I do not know where he is now, and I would very much like to contact him.
Man, your last project is Wario Master of Disguise. What a legend.
Oh, wow.
He went outside, touched some grass, and had a life.
Yeah. Okay, also
Respect
interesting
for him.
detail I just noticed. Do you see the fingers on this image?
Oh yeah!
Like actually modeled fingers. Did they update the models or did they just edit the image? Because not all of them, like those are shovel hands, but those are fingers.
I mean, dreaming or even the hair, some like animation going on.
What if they 3D rendered those scenes?
I want to see those renders. But yeah, no, they look very similar to the game graphics, except for some of them, they're like visible fingers, and some others do not. Why? What happened? Another mystery for the game.
Yeah, It's only a matter of time before those renders are found. We know that a press kit exists for at least the US version of Clock Tower Ghost had to struggle within because wallpapers were made from, renders from that press kit CD. We actually used one of them for our banner for Ghost Head that you saw when we were announcing it. But yeah, a press kit does exist, so assets they should be out there.
I will be very interested in seeing this. But yeah, I'm going to cut the video now. Up.
So what do we think of Clock Tower Ghost Head? Let's get a chat going.
It's impressive how far you went to get the true experience.
Oh yeah, Ghost Head is like, it's a weird game because I did not enjoy my first time with it, but it's just a game I cannot help but going back and back and back again to. It's like every few months I just get the urge to play Ghost Head. It's like, it's one of only 2 games in my entire life that had this effect on me.
It's one of those games you dislike for how weird it is, but it's like so weirdly fascinating. There is something which you always return on it for understand better, or even looking at the behind the scenes, because it's so weird. You want to like know more, because right now I want to know more about this game for how weird it was. I need to
Yeah.
find more of it.
I guess I don't know if you have followed a channel called Step Skeleton from Fighting. It was also known as the Happy Video Game Nerd at some point.
Yeah, he did a review of Ghost Head. Yeah, I like his the comparison he made at the end of his video. It's like Ghost Head. If it was a chair, it would be a functional chair, but a very uncomfortable one.
I love his Clock Tower coverage videos. He's a great. I love his coverage overall. He's actually following us on Team Cuts.
Oh really?
Oh
yeah,
yeah. But I find funny that he actually really because he has an interactive perspective in video games that I find jamming myself with the older I get. That is that there's more than good and bad video games. There's video games that can be fun and video games that can be interesting for some reason. The only crime a video game can do is just not make an impression, and I think Ghost Head falls into that category where it's not that very well designed game in terms of its more than its core mechanics and its puzzles. But it paints such an interesting image that once you actually get the story, you want to actually get some of the concepts you find yourself wondering both about how the universe within works and how it will go if these mechanics and these puzzles and all these words were ironed out. It's a game that can stick with you even if it's not in the intended way, which is not something that can be said about some horror games from the time that you just play and you're like, they don't make an impression and you kind of forget about them. Remember Ghost Head, just not necessarily for the reason that you ought.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, that's the good way to explain it, to be honest. That's the best way.
But yeah, also from chat, Raven Royalty says it had potential and I still kind of want to play it. Tongomushi it's a technical mess, but I can't hate it. It has so much charm and I preferred it over City 2 personally. And Anemone also says, I had a nice time watching you play, but I know I would not have had the same experience actually doing it myself. And yeah, I agree. Ghost Head is a game I talk about to everyone I know, and I can go on and on and on and on. And I personally enjoy playing it because apparently I am a masochist and I know the game pretty well, so I don't have that many issues with its design anymore. But this is a game I cannot recommend to play. It's yeah.
Can I
I know that feel.
can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I'm the same with Broken Porcelain. That game is so broken. It always crashes my Switch. It's so bad. I don't like it for many reasons, but at the same time, I always return to play it because it's fascinating to me. It's so weird. I always come back like this game is bad, but I cannot do it. I need to think about it.
Yeah, so we're in the same boat for different games. Well, still technically
Yeah.
linked to Clock Tower anyway.
I'm trying to think of like what game I think is, I guess, quote unquote bad, but I still come back to it. For me, it's like, funny enough, not a horror game. It's My Sims on the DS.
Good night, Anemone.
Which one?
And the first My Sims. I didn't see, when I was a kid, I didn't really have access to Animal Crossing, but I had access to My Sims, and I played My Sims, and it's really not that like good of a game compared to something like Animal Crossing, but I still always like frequently played it. So I always liked coming back to it. By the way, very happy about the Cozy Bundle. I played the Wii version, and I can't wait for the new Switch release. In terms of like Clock Tower games, I always find myself coming back to the first one. I know the game inside and out, and I love playing all the ports, even the WonderSwan version. But the first Clock Tower game is not really a bad game, so I can't really relate in that sense, unless it's the WonderSwan version. So that's yeah, and we know how the WonderSwan version works. But yeah, no, Ghost had like, I'm still like very much like, if it ever gets the remake treatment, I think it really deserves it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also going back to the question of what would we change if Ghosted was remade now that we're done with the game. I think I would not touch the story that much. Maybe just slightly change the bacteria part to be more involved with everything else going on, or even like it either integrate it better with the rest of the story, or straight up remove it. Like the zombies do not need to be in the game, and instead like give the spotlight to the side characters. Like Fujika has a great reason to be here, but she does nothing in the game. Make her a stalker at some point. Like Shizue and Gomoto do nothing in the game. Give them a reason to be here to help along, etc. Like even without changing the story too much, there's still so many ways to improve the game. Like beyond the controls and the terrible endings. Like reduce drastically the number of endings, either make it a linear game. I mean, it worked for Clock Tower 3, technically. Or just like have very minor variations. Oh yeah. Rework some scenes to be more cinematic. Like for example, Chinetsu. You can do the entire chapter by seeing her only twice. Once in the bedroom and once at the very end. If you maneuver your way around the first chapter well enough, you will not see her ever. So yeah, give her more of a presence, give the stalkers more of an aura. Same, Saido, you see him 3 times outside of the times he just shows up, and then you machine gun him and he's done. But yeah, there's so much potential for Ghosted to be a great game, but it's just not here in the original release, unfortunately.
I kinda comment across a little idea of how I would fix the game. I mean, not fix, like how they should have handled it. For example, they could have, for example, made the fact instead of making the protagonist the actual kid of the bad guy, they could have done like I can't remember that ghost woman name.
Fujika.
Yuka. They could have like made her the main antagonist and the actual cursed child, which this friend of his father would have like tried to end this dynasty. She wants revenge, and she like wants to do it with the protagonist, and she's like, oh, need to escape and stuff like that. That could be an interesting take of the series, and not gonna lie, maybe I would make the protagonist a simple girl, or maybe bait to make him a new character, so two playable characters maybe. I would focus on this direction and maybe made the entire game more Japanese yokai oriented than zombie or viruses kinda like, because Ghosted had a sick design. I kinda wish they focused on that direction with the character designs in the enemies, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true that zombies are kinda generic.
Yeah, I enjoy like doing just like for fun runs with this game. I'm still like thinking about like the 66-hour requirement for like unlocking the sound test, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, clearly there's so much stuff to be fixed in the game, like all around the game.
Yeah, but who knows where Clock Tower could go? I mean, Rewind is almost here. It's exciting. People at PAX West get to play a demo of Rewind at the Limited Run Games booth. Gamescom had a demo too, and we now have confirmation. Well, we knew about this for a while, but we couldn't talk about it before now. That Tokyo Game Show will be having a demo.
Oh.
So there will be a demo kiosk at the Super Deluxe HappyNet booth for Clock Tower Rewind in Japan. And it was also confirmed that the digital release date for Japan will be the same day as the physical release date, which will be October 31st. It's not for the whole world. I know like a lot of news outlets have been like misreporting that, but like no, it is for Japan only. The US release date has not been announced yet. But I mean, it's fitting for like Halloween. I don't know if like we'll hear anything on the game's 29th anniversary, because it's coming up September 14th, which is a Saturday, which means that we are in a September with a Friday the 13th, and then right after is Saturday the 14th, which is Clock Tower's actual anniversary. Since Way Forward operates Monday through Friday, I don't know if we'll hear like news on Friday the 13th, or we'll hear anything on the actual anniversary. Who knows?
Yeah, we will be waiting.
But surreal, like it's I think it's pretty much set in for everyone at this point that like it's actually happening. We're all just really excited, just ready and waiting for the game to come out. And I know people are starting to get their Clock Tower on. For those that are in Tango Mushi's Discord server, Tango, I know you're going to be playing through Clock Tower 2 later on. I think this coming week. So yeah, that'll be fun to run through the game again, and tons of others. I mean, like it's gearing up to be just like a Clock Tower time, and with the series marathon that we're doing, we've gone through Clock Tower 1, Clock Tower 2, Clock Tower Ghost Head. Next week, Flowtac Kendall will be running through Clock Tower 3. So get excited for Clock Tower 3 fans.
I'm excited.
We don't know how long the game is going to be, so we're debating on whether or not we're going to separate it into parts or not. But we're going to be doing Clock Tower 3, and then after that it's Night Cry with Waddle Bee.
I'm
So
doing only
I know
the
Waddle,
best
you're
games.
excited. Okay, so which Which Waddle, I have to ask like ahead of time, which is like more, I guess. I know like you like Ghost Head, but gameplay wise, which is more sufferable, Nightcry or Ghost Head?
I mean, well, as a game, I say Nightcry is like more is easier to apprehend because even if there are like stupid dead ends like the ring, the fucking ring in the vending machine,
Yeah.
there is like an ending tree which tells you which choice leads to which, and it's very clear and it's much easier to play. But I think I'd still play Ghost Head because it's shorter.
Yeah. And
But yeah,
it has the better story.
Yeah, but for someone to play like blind, I still recommend like I still Nightcry is slightly less cruel than Ghost Head is in this game.
There was a lot of build up to that too, but you know, obviously like, we'll talk more about that like when we get to like the game. But like, yeah, crazy that was like the spiritual successor, and then like we got nothing like before Rewind. Wild. And to those wondering, we're not doing Haunting Ground and we're not doing Ready for the Next. Really, because we couldn't find anyone who wanted to play the games. Professionally speaking, they're not official parts of the Clock Tower continuity, so you know it kind of makes sense to leave them out.